Just to name but a few, we have the Women Enterprise Fund, which is aimed at moving women from poverty to gainful economic activities. We have the WESO Fund. We have the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. We have the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. And we have the access to government procurement opportunities. This is just to mention but a few of the programs that the government has put in place in terms of women's economic empowerment. It is a fundamental fact that women who are free from violence continue to flourish and their families also flourish. Gender-based violence continue to be a key problem and a major hindrance to women's human rights and economic progress. Towards this, in addition to having a very progressive legal and policy framework, the government has put in place programs on ending gender-based violence. We at the State Department of Gender Affairs, we continue to coordinate state and non-state actors towards prevention and respond to gender-based violence. As duty bearers, we continue to coordinate all the actors within the referral pathway to ensure that gender-based violence is prevented to adequately and responded to adequately. However, we continue to witness cases of GBV. The challenge here is really the normalization of gender-based violence and emerging issues, emerging forms of gender-based violence. Femicide, for instance, continue to remain a key challenge for us. Practical solutions towards that, we need really to invest in research, but invest more in prevention and socialization. We really need to look at our gender norms. We really need to look at how we are socializing our communities. We really need to look at the role of family in doing this. In terms of health issues, Kenya continue to work towards achieving universal access to maternal and child health services and contribute to the country's progress towards reduction of maternal and child mortality through various programs. Just to mention a few, we have Linda Mama, which is in the 47 counties in this country, and that is in 2,400 public health facilities serving approximately 400,000 pregnant women. Let me just say that leadership and partnership remains a very pivotal issue in terms of advancing gender equality and women's empowerment. We do acknowledge the leadership of His Excellency the President as our E4She champion, and he has personally committed to end FGM by the year 2022 and other harmful practices. Building institutions remain key for us, and we continue strengthening the institutions that are put in place to accelerate gender equality and women's empowerment. In conclusion, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say on behalf of the agency in Kenya that is responsible for gender equality and women's empowerment, we remain committed to working with other SDP member states in spaces like this, so that then as the world marks the 25th anniversary of Beijing Platform for Action, that we can bring a common voice in terms of how, as SCP member countries, we can utilize the platforms that we have, the commonalities that we have to advance gender equality and women's empowerment. Kenya is a signatory of the United Nations Security Council 1325. We are currently developing our second National Action Plan, and we look forward to be launching it at the anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action in March next year. I thank you, and I look forward to engaging with the other member countries and interaction in terms of how we can take forward the gender equality and women's empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. And because of time, I will request that we again just keep our questions very short. I want to open up the floor now for Q&A for your questions. Panelists, you do have a microphone next to you, which is on, so just hold it. If your question is to a specific panelist, kindly mention that. You do have a microphone in front of you. All you need to do is press the button and we will be able to hear you. So just raise up your hand if you have any question, and we can do that so that we save on time. So I have a question. I think there's a gentleman right there. We'll start with you. Anybody else with a question? I'd like to just see how many we have. We have a question here, so we'll start with the gentleman there. Lady, we have Mweshimiwa here, who's also going to give us a question. We'll take those three first. Kindly identify yourself. We'll also try and have questions coming from different organizations to avoid one organization hogging all the time so that we can save on time. So, sir, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arnold Gekonge. I'm the founder and the team lead for a youth initiative here in Nairobi called Youth Champions for SDGs. And I'm impressed by the conversation that we're having and excited for an SCP Youth Forum. I agree with Your Excellency Hannah that sensitive issues such as sexual reproductive health and sexual gender-based violence, FGM, and early marriages ought to be tackled with the magnitude and intensity it deserves, and that all of us should rise up and do something about it. Lastly, I would like to commit myself as a young 24-year-old young man to continue being a transformational agent of change, and that we work together towards equality. We make sure that regardless of gender, economic, and social status, we achieve equality by all means. Let me finish by saying that 50-50 gender parity is realizable, and let's do this.
All right, thank you very much. There's no question there. Thank you. We'll come to the lady here. Yeah, you can put your hands together for him. Thank you. Kindly give us your name, which organization and country you represent.
Okay, my name is Gladys Tawema from Benin Republic. I do process shea butter in Benin, and I used to call myself and my company a bridge between Africa and Western countries. So I have a few gifts for the panelists. My question is, can you make it happen? Because I want to give them the gifts. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sure that can be done one way or the other. We'll come to you, Honorable Jacob Kimeni.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Jacob Kaimeni, Kenyan Ambassador to Belgium, and I have one or two questions. Starting with Tote, I hope I pronounced it correctly. The experience, whether amongst ACP countries in Europe, is that when women report violence, domestic violence, and then go to police stations, they are treated very unfairly. In fact, they are told it's a family matter. So how do we address that issue? Because it's a common problem. Number two, when we talk about gender parity, it was mentioned here in the Pacific region, the literacy levels among women is quite low. If we increase literacy among women, is there evidence that it impacts positively with regard to addressing that problem? Then it was mentioned here that we must not keep quiet when there is violence against our women. So most of us men, we are guilty as charged. So how do we address this issue of conspiracy, of silence by most of us? How can we improve that scenario? And then there has been emphasis on political representation. In those countries, whether in Angola or Rwanda, where the political representation is higher, is there empirical evidence that violence against women is less or has improved substantially to the extent that we say, yes, that is the route we should take? Finally, we have been told in the industrial sector, women belong to the low levels where the income is very low. This is unfortunate. So again, how do we address this? Is it through reforms in insofar as laws are concerned or not? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jacob Kaimeni. I think I'll allow some of the questions to be answered there. There's a few more. If you have any, please keep them as short as possible. We'll restrict it to one question so that we save on time. So we'll start with you, Your Excellency Tete.
Well, thank you very much. but there has been. I hope this works.
Let me give you this one.
Thank you very much. So the issue about, as you said, Professor Ambassador, the conspiracy of silence, I'm glad that you said it for yourself. Because in that case, once there's acknowledgement, there's a path to progress. It means that something concrete can be done about dealing with it. But you see, the challenge about having the greater representation of women in parliament, and therefore creating the opportunity for addressing some of these things, I can't immediately offhand give you the kind of data that I think your question requires. But I also have noted from the countries where we do not have significant representation of women in parliament, how difficult it is for women's issues to be considered on the floor of the House. I have been a member of parliament myself before. And I remember that a couple of years ago, we had a bill that was presented to our parliament on the property rights of spouses, which essentially was saying that on the dissolution of a marriage, both parties should be equally entitled to the property that was acquired during the marriage. And we are less than, at that time, we were less than, I think, 14% of Ghana's parliament was female. We never got that bill onto the floor. I just came from Somalia literally 2 days ago, and they are discussing a new legislation to, as it were, change the structure of their legislature, and also to move away from the current process of selection to universal adult suffrage. Even though previously there was a quota that was established for women's representation, and they have almost 30% representation in parliament, when the sexual offences bill came to parliament, what happened was that it didn't even get to the floor of the House. And they didn't have the numbers to insist that it should get to the floor of the House. So what happens when you have the sufficient numbers of women is that they can insist that this matter should be addressed. And once you create the legislative framework, once you incorporate it into government policy, you create the platform for something to be done about it, as opposed to a situation where, because it never gets discussed, it never gets addressed.
All right, thank you very much. And Honorable Senator, you wanted to add on to something? Or to answer one of the questions?
I'll see if I can. Is it on? Okay. Green light is on. Hello? Yes, there we go. Right. So on the issue of treatment by the police, this is a matter that has to be dealt with at two levels. One is sensitization. So the actual training for your police force, when they're in police school, the constabulary training institution, and the training across the board, as well as, of course, the possibility of establishment of special units. In Jamaica, for example, we have Sissoko, which is a center that it is a institution within the constabulary that deals with sexual offenses and violence, domestic violence matters. So they are specifically resourced and trained to deal with those sensitive cases. They have counselors on hand. There is also the legislative approach, because there are laws that, for example, make it a crime for a policeman not to register a domestic violence report. There are laws which make it impossible for a woman, once she has made a domestic violence report, to drop it as well. Because there are two issues that police tend to raise. One is it don't make no sense to take it because she'd go and change her mind, which is a cultural issue, a training issue that has to be dealt with. And then there's the other, which you try to overcome with legislation, of course, and training. And then there's the other aspect of the feeling of frustration, which is a natural one, where it is often the case in the specificities of domestic violence cases that persons are not, it's not rare for them to drop the case, which causes this cycle of futility. So that is a problem that has to be dealt with at different levels, but it's one that can be dealt with. The sensitization side affects the culture of silence, and it also benefits in the way institutions treat with these issues as well, because you find that men are very collegial, as you would know from my observations. So when a man stands up in a group and says this is wrong, especially if he is the key influencer or leader in the group, other men tend to listen. So when we speak about having partners, male partners who are advocates, and my husband says it all the time, he's like, you know, baby, you can go and talk and give speeches, but you know, some men, quite frankly, are just not going to listen to you. So men need to be in the spaces talking to men at the bars and wherever about the fact that it's not okay. It wouldn't be okay for your mother. It wouldn't be okay for your sister. It wouldn't be okay for your daughter. If a man beat your daughter, would you be okay? It's about changing the thinking, and that permeates your institutions as well, and makes it a different society within which you lead. So it's about partnership in different senses.
All right, thank you very much. I think we'll take the last comment on that before we close. We're really running behind time. Aranche Gonzalez, maybe the question on imperial evidence on violence on women.
So there is empirical evidence that the women in parliaments makes a difference for budgeting, because the women bring their own eyes and their own lenses to how budget should be formulated. In a set aside, I can give you 3 examples. I don't want to shame the others that maybe are not doing it. 3. Do we need to legislate on everything to ensure more women participation in the economy? No. Part of this is got to do with laws. For example, in Kenya, they've decided to set aside 20% of their public procurement to procure from women, from SMEs, and from disadvantaged communities. By law, 30, not 20, 30. By law, you need to make sure that men and women have equal access to ownership rights. Because by law, women in some countries cannot own the land. But there is also another part that will not be solved by law. It will be solved by good matrix, a lot of transparency, and there is another part that would be another battle that will be won with culture. Culture. Changing the fact and understanding that women can be equal actors in business networks as men, for example. So not everything is the law, but the law is important.
All right, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for the panel. Because of time, we're not able to take any more questions because we do have another forum that's coming up. I really deeply apologize for that. We did start late, but if we don't do that, we must be out of here by a certain time because there is another high-level business conference that's going to be taking place here. And as a result, we are restricted to time. So please, let's put our hands together as we allow the panel to take their seats. And we move straight to the next panel. There was meant to be a short break in between, but we will not even be able to do that so that we save on time. So kindly do bear with us as we try and catch up with time that possibly we lost earlier on. Thank you very much once again, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, for handling that very, very well. Hopefully we've been able to get some information out. And as we do that, I'd like now to call upon the next panel that's going to be discussing decent jobs and opportunities for youth in ACP countries. That is dialogue on decent jobs and opportunities for youth in ACP countries. And at this point in time, all right, so allow me to welcome the next panel, and I'll start with Her Excellency, Ms. Chilishe Mpundu Kapwepwe, who's the Secretary General, COMESA. Let's put our hands together as she comes on stage, please. All right, I'll move on to the next panelist, Ms. Ifenyiwa Ogochunku, CEO, Tony Elimu Foundation. Let's put our hands together for her. And do forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Is she in? Ogochukwu, is she in? Oh, thank you. We also have Miss Anne Wanjohin Joroge, founder and president of Nelig Group. Let's put our hands together for her. And last but not least, we have Tanya Habimana, who's the CEO for Non-Zero Africa, based in Johannesburg, South Africa. Put our hands together for her. All right, so the discussion and the dialogue that we'd like to have here is on decent jobs and opportunities for youth in ACP countries. And just like we did with the previous panel, we're going to give them an opportunity to give us their opening remarks. I'll kindly request that we keep them as short as possible so that we try and redeem the time. Then we'll also open up the panel or the discussion to for any questions that we may have. So let us start with Ms. Efinwa Ogujuku, CEO for Tony Elimu Foundation, to come and just give us your opening remarks. Welcome. Let's put our hands together and welcome her as she comes to give us her opening remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on all existing protocols. It is an absolute pleasure to be here today, and I did find the previous panel extremely engaging, and it is exciting times on our continent and across the developing world as we begin to prioritize youth and women empowerment. And so it is obvious that the world youth population is literally exploding. We know that in Africa, Africa is the only continent on the planet that is getting younger. This means that by 2050, almost 40% of the world's youth will be either African or living in developed countries. And what we are here for today is to ensure that by that time, we're no longer talking about developed countries, but we're talking about world players, equal partners with the rest of the global continents. Our human capital is our greatest wealth, and if we must harness that potential. Human capital development must therefore be our priority, because only through economic empowerment and job creation can we ensure that our youth population is the world's greatest opportunity and not the world's greatest catastrophe. We can trace most of the problems in developed nations down to poverty. And so if we tackle this, then we have solved 90% of our problems. 97%, permit me, I love numbers, so you will always hear me talking about statistics and numbers. 97% of the jobs existing today in Japan are created by the small and medium enterprise sector. 97%. This tells you that the only key to economic transformation and economic development is to build a strong and robust SME sector, because they are the ones that will provide the jobs, not the government and not the big organizations. And that is why at the Tony Elumelu Foundation in 2015, we launched a $100 million commitment from our founders' private family wealth to identify, train, mentor, and fund 10,000 African entrepreneurs across all 54 African countries over 10 years. And this was done because we know that if we empower entrepreneurs, if we train them, if we fund them, and create in them a job creating mentality as opposed to a job seeking mentality, then we're halfway there. And so, to date, we have trained and funded just over 9,000 African entrepreneurs, even though we're 5 years into our program, from all 54 African countries. Each year, January 1 to March 1, our application portal opens and entrepreneurs from all African countries apply. The first year, we had just about 20,000 people apply. That was in 2015. Fast forward to 2019, this year alone, we had 300,000 young entrepreneurs across all 54 African countries apply to our program. The foundation selects 1,000 every year. This 1,000, we train them with our proprietary online training program that has been likened to a mini MBA. And then we give them mentoring, because mentoring is critical to ensure that you're learning from someone who has walked the shoes you're trying to walk in. And most importantly, we pair this up with funding. And so everyone that's trained gets a $5,000 non-returnable seed capital. So every year, we pay $5 million direct to the hands of African entrepreneurs. And what we've seen is that these young entrepreneurs have gone on to do amazing things. They've gone on, some of them having started with just an idea, to hiring 300 to 400 people in their businesses, to raising millions of dollars in additional funding. In Kenya alone, we have over 500 entrepreneurs that we have trained and funded. The list goes on. But one thing that is critical to the job, to creating decent jobs for the youth in the coming years, is that we cannot afford to miss the fourth industrial revolution. We missed the first three, at least some African countries missed the first three. We absolutely cannot afford to miss the fourth industrial revolution, and that is the digital revolution. And that is why, even though our program is sector agnostic, we insist that all entrepreneurs leverage technology in one form or another in their businesses, because this is what will leapfrog the entrepreneurs into the 21st century and ensure that they have an equal playing field with all other entrepreneurs everywhere in the world. And so training is critical, funding is critical, mentoring is critical, and all this is possible because we, as a foundation, are leveraging technology. Our application system is online, our training portal online as well, and that is the only reason why we can scale and reach the hundreds of thousands that we reach on an annual basis. Recently, we have a partnership with UNDP, and UNDP joined hands with us to train and empower 100,000 young entrepreneurs in the Sahel regions of Africa over the next 10 years. But what is particular about the Sahel region is that they are mostly in the rural areas, and some of them do not have internet connectivity. So whilst we're offering offline trainings to the entrepreneurs in these regions, we have said to the governments, we will not have a hope to achieve the job creation we want to achieve on the continent if Africa is not connected. We need to ensure that the infrastructure is in place so that everyone has access to internet. Everyone has access to the global markets and the global village that internet connectivity offers. And so, just to end, because I'm mindful of the time that we have, the young African entrepreneur has stated that Africa is rising. And Africa is rising not just on the African continent, but globally. Young Africans everywhere face enormous challenges in access to training, access to markets, access to funding. It is only through collaboration, working hand in hand with governments, with the development organizations, with the ACP, that we can really offer the youth the jobs and the empowerment that they need to take their place on the world stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I deeply apologize that I missed out on one panelist, and I'm going to call upon her to come. And why don't you give a hearty welcome to Her Excellency Ms. Rosemary Mbabazi, Minister of Youth and Culture, Republic of Rwanda. And as she is coming, I'll kindly request that we just limit our opening remarks to 3 minutes because we're really behind schedule. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I think it was by design so that I can speak after Tony Elomelu Foundation, which is a great partner in Rwanda. The Secretary General of SCP, Excellencies in the House, and the young people, good afternoon once again. I'm so delighted to be here, especially by being invited to speak at this forum, which is showing us that it's very visionary and looking forward, especially including the young people in decision making. At this platform, I believe it should be permanent as a resolution so that we can engage the young people and put them at the forefront at the discussions that we are making, especially concerning their lives. Most of the young people always say that we always involve them in just statistics. They say you talk about the numbers, but where are we in the decision making? Where are we on the table taking decisions that concern their lives? I think this is very wonderful if we carry it forward. It helps to engage them, listening to them, involving them, and empowering them, like we kept on saying. And this creates a lot of confidence, trust, and creates intergenerational dialogue, and also helps to create the ecosystem that they need to ensure that whatever they're doing, we support them. I just want to say, we kept on talking about empowerment, and we say that in all our policies. Just to mention that it should be structural, attitudinal, cultural, and these processes give youth the ability and capabilities to urgently spearhead or effect changes that improves the livelihood of their own lives, but also in the communities. Just to share a few initiatives that you have in our country, Rwanda, I had many people talking about that. I don't have time to answer the ambassador, the impact of empowering women in terms of also in relation to gender-based violence. I don't think one can be at the expense of the other. So because gender violence is going up, so we don't have to empower women. I think it helps even to reduce on that gender violence, especially when you involve and engage women and youth as well. In our country, not only Rwanda, but even the continent, we have talked about numbers. Over 50% are young people. And you cannot do anything without putting them at the forefront because they constitute the population today and tomorrow. And in terms of the programs that we have, there are many that we have in our countries, but also at the continental level. One of the programs that I could talk about that creates opportunities for young people is a program that we have started with the private sector, the civil society, but also the UN, UNDP. It's a program that creates an ecosystem for supporting young people, right from skills acquisition to access to finance, and also a network of mentorship that helps them to access different opportunities. This program is called Youth Connect. And it has gone from Rwanda, now it is being implemented in about 12 countries. And what do we talk about in Youth Connect? It's just connecting the disconnected dots, because there are many opportunities for young people elsewhere, but the young people are in another corner and opportunities in another corner. This linkage that helps to connect the opportunities that disconnected is what we call as Youth Connect. Access to information, mostly, access to markets, access to the skills, access to mentorship, and access to also resources that they need. When you talk about empowering young people, especially in entrepreneurship that we've been talking about, first of all, we need education. The education also could be tailored to the needs of the youth, especially the vocational training, the TVET, that are hands-on skills that helps them to achieve, or out of school immediately you have something to do right there. And also beyond the TVET, we need also to help them provide a platform or ecosystem that also helps them to access in the entrepreneurship spirit, the ability to change challenges into opportunities, or challenges that everyone is complaining about. They make it an opportunity for anyone else to get a job. I came in at 4 a.m. this morning, and while later I was supposed to be coming in last evening at 3 p.m., but I was delayed because my president was meeting with Mr. Strive Masiwa, the CEO of Econet, was meeting the young people in the country, because we have a platform called Youth Connect, especially Meet the President forums, and was celebrating young people that got about 160,000 US dollars from Jack Ma platform, the Jack Ma's platform, which is Alibaba, that was set for all African countries to participate in entrepreneurs, almost similar to what our colleagues are doing. And these young people, out of 10,000 applications, were on about 2 young ladies from Rwanda. Why it was so important? This young lady turned challenges into opportunities. One of the organizations that they have, they were students, and when they came out, they saw in the communities there were no shoes, and what they did, they looked for the wasted tires. Our cars, when they are worn out, they are thrown all over the streets. They picked all these tires, the worn out, and recycled them, and they became the raw materials for the shoes. Those young ladies are employing 65 people. Then the other one also, you can clap. It's very possible. I just want to keep on answering the lady who said, is it possible? Can we do it? Yes, we can do it. And we have to first have political will, and the will, and also the belief that we can be done. The other second lady that I want to conclude with is the young lady who has started mechanical engineering. Instead of coming and looking for jobs elsewhere, she came and heard on TV and radio, she heard that some communities in Rwanda didn't have access to water. And she started going around looking, mobilizing colleagues who had a technical skill. I also identified the partners on board. They started drilling water, purifying water, and distributing in the communities. Now they have gone to about six districts in Rwanda, but they're looking at scaling up beyond Rwanda and elsewhere in Africa. And they have also employed 65. I don't know the numbers, how they match. Each one was employing 65 employees, but they are capable of growing. So imagine young people in the house, each one of you creating jobs for 65. Should we have unemployment in Africa? Do you think it's possible? So if it is possible, I think it is us policymakers, as we sit together with young people, we can craft policies that are in favor of what they think. And we don't think for them, but we involve them on the table. And we always talk about the demographic dividend. It's a dividend that you have to make profits, but you make profits after investing. So if it is a decision, it's a deliberate effort. If we don't want to have the disaster, we could have dividend. But all this takes investment. I want to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's now have Anne Wanjohi Joroge, founder and president of Nelly Group. Again, I insist, let's please restrict our time to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. My name is Wanjohi Njoroge. I wear many hats. I am a daughter of a small village at the foot of Mount Kenya. I am a climate change activist and ran one of the biggest campaigns last year dubbed Save Our Forest KE that saw a ban on forest harvesting. And importantly, I'm an entrepreneur and I do business with government, taking advantage of the affirmative action reserved for women, youth, and persons living with disability. And I have to confess that I have made a bit of money. And it was until this year that I started experiencing difficulties in business. Difficulties that saw me go through the entire spectrum of emotions. I got angry, including getting angry at the government because I was blaming them for my problems. But then I called myself to a small meeting and I asked myself, Wanjohi, you're an educated woman. You have a degree from one of the prestigious universities of Kenya, called the University of Nairobi. So what is the problem? And I realized that I was a reseller. So I was buying from somebody and then selling to government. And many of us are doing the same. I have had the privilege of sitting on a board, on a county board, not too long ago, that was charged with the responsibility of distributing money. It's called the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, again, targeting women and youth and persons living with disability. And it's amazing what women do with the 10,000 or 100 US dollars that they are given. So when you ask yourself, growing up, we all know that women are entrepreneurs. They've always been entrepreneurs. And so you ask yourself, what are we not doing right? And then I went back to myself and I realized, you're not the only reseller. We are so many resellers in Kenya, in Africa, and I believe in elsewhere other than the developed countries. And which brings me to the conversation of the day, of this panel, which is decent jobs. The world is facing very complex challenges, and making it even more complex is what the first speaker mentioned, which is the fourth industrial revolution. Those of us who are from Kenya will tell you that the banking industry has seen quite a number of people lose their jobs because of automation. When you think about the fourth industrial revolution, many will call it the digital revolution, but I call it, for me, I see it as a combination of the three previous revolutions and then putting the human beings at the middle of it. It is not supposed to come and replace the human being. It is supposed to come and enhance the human being. But for us as Africa and Pacific countries or Caribbean countries, for us to be able to do this, we have to have the expertise to be able to trade in them. Because we've seen countries like Japan, which are really advanced. We've seen robots replacing human beings. And so we are not any unique. We are going to be replaced, which will make our problems even worse. The other one is climate change. I went home in the last week of August and I saw us using the usual sprinkler. And I had a conversation with my parents and I told them, it is time we change this sprinkler because water is reducing at an alarming rate. Those of us who are into climate change will tell you that it is reducing at double the rate of population growth, which is alarming. And about 50 countries will be out of water by 2050. I'm not here to scare people, but I'm here to say that we cannot continue doing business as usual. The question we must ask ourselves is, how do we, as Africa, as Caribbean countries and the Pacific, come together and look at where we are, where we want to go, and where the globe is going? Because we are not working in isolation. Number two, the previous panel talked about capacity building. I think we've been using this phrase for quite a long time. But what are we capacity building? What is it that is in this capacity building? And I believe that the time, and allow me to talk about Kenya, where I'm more familiar with. We have something we call the TVETs, which I look at as a huge opportunity for transforming the youth of this country and many other countries that can take advantage of this. When I think about the fourth industrial revolution, I challenge myself with the electric cars. And I ask myself, these cars are coming, but do I have the skills, or do we have the mechanics that are going to repair these cars? I see it as a huge opportunity. And when I look at the Sustainable Development Goals, I don't think we'll achieve them by 2030, which is fine, but I look at them as a roadmap to help us get ahead and move ahead. And if we were to take advantage of them as a people, I believe we would get far. The other thing that we must look at is the quality of education. I am an employer, and I at times get people from universities and I wonder, oh my God, this one really went through a university. I feel that universities cannot continue to produce something that nobody is consuming. We need to get to a point where universities and institutions of higher learning are held accountable for the products that they are producing. Only then shall we align what the market needs versus what is being produced from universities. As I conclude, I also want to talk about what are we holding in our hands as a people. I see the CFTA when we talk about Africa. And as a young person, I'm asking, how can I innovate around the CFTA? I see the ACP and I see a huge market opportunity. I said I'm a daughter of a village, and there was a reason as to why I said I'm a daughter of a village. We produce carrots, we produce potatoes, we produce maize and beans. How can our maize and beans and potatoes get to the Caribbean? This is a huge opportunity, and I feel that this should be the conversation that we should be talking about going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And last but not least, Tanya Habimania, CEO, Non-Zero Africa, based in Joburg.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here. I am honored and quite frankly a little bit nervous to be sharing a stage with such exceptional people, champions who have been advancing the cause for youth employability. So my name is Tanya Habimana. I'm a woman, I'm a youth, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm on my second venture on the African continent, and I sit on the board of two startups, one tech and one fashion. Why I'm telling you all of this is I just want to give you a bit of introduction as to who I am and some of the work that we're doing. So most of the work that I've been involved in the last year is basically us partnering with governments, institutions, academia, and large corporates to grow SMEs on the continent. Why SMEs? We've touched upon it before. SMEs are the greatest contributor of employment, and they single-handedly hold the potential to solve the youth unemployment problem that we have. Our thinking is if we can empower 10,000 SMEs, and as a result of which they can hire 3 young people, we will have created 30,000 jobs. So in that, I'd like to tell you a little bit more about a project that we've done. This one actually doesn't directly involve SMEs, but it kind of explains the thinking and the way in which we operate. It's a public-private partnership that started in South Africa. It's called the YES Initiative, the Youth Employment Service. What it does is that governments have basically incentivized corporates to fund, and that means pay for the salaries of young people for a year. Now, one of the problems with initiatives such as this is that a lot of the corporates didn't have the capacity to take in these young people. So instead, what we decided to do is to look at how can we use these young people whose salaries have been funded against obviously tax incentives and place them within SMEs or within projects. One of our projects has completed its pilot just 2 weeks ago. It's called Project Nomzamo. And what we did was we took 55 young people and train them to become community health workers. This is in line with what you've just said. We looked at what were the needs in our communities and in our societies and tried to match it with the actual training that we were going to give. And one of the problems when it comes to healthcare is the burden of disease that we find in rural areas. Because people are so isolated, they can't actually reach hospitals or clinics. So we train these community healthcare workers to be able to go to the rural areas and provide primary healthcare before the diseases get out of hand. The results of which, within just 6 months, is that these 55 community healthcare workers were able to touch 6,600 households. That's 6,600 households that have mum, dads, children, and sometimes grandparents, obviously creating a considerable impact on health. We hope to be able to do more projects such as this and to be able to impact society. Something else that I'm personally involved in, I spend quite a bit of time coaching and being a big sister to young business people. The reason why I do that is that there's a critical need for those who, and I think this is kind of an appeal, those who have succeeded, whether working for an organization or even in your personal capacity, to invest in youth. And when I say investing, very often we think cash, but cash investment is actually the cheapest form of investment that we can do. The first type of investment that we can do is providing access to networks. An introduction can go a long way. The second one is providing knowledge capital. We know a lot of things. We've been exposed to the world. Providing this to young people will give them the necessary tools and insights to be able to apply them to SMEs or to other businesses and to grow. And lastly, as I said, is obviously investing in cash, which my compatriots are already doing. That is a plea that I want to give to you. I hope to have sparked some interest, and I look forward to discussing this forward further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I deeply apologize that we have to do this, but it's because of time. And we will not even have the question and answer session that we had arranged for. My apologies for that. So I'd like to call upon the Secretary General for ACP, His Excellency Dr. Patrick Gomes, to come and just give us closing remarks.
Thank you very much. This has been exceptional, outstanding. I give you the assurance that our Women and Youth Forum is being established as we speak now. It will be established. We want to see it as one of those institutions that will become very active. And I think we should look at programming between January and February next year in our opposition activities, some type of enlarged forum to plan. We have to plan how we carry forward this forum. There are such rich experiences to exchange. We therefore would like everyone who's been here to just give us comments on a paper, 1.5 pages, what you would like to see the Women and Youth Forum concentrate on. We know we have to get into the question of comparative legislation, where the laws are being passed, doing several things. We want to know what area we will focus on the training. We want to know where there's been some success, where there's some challenges, and we build on that. But I believe we should aim for some type of symposium or a major forum activity in one of our countries, one of the ASP countries, between next year and the first quarter, and that will have to be programmed as I get back to Brussels and we look at our work for next year and our work plan. So thank you very much. This has been more than enriching, and it's tremendous success there that we must build on. Thank you again, and we have to be.
We would like to kindly ask you to, if possible, as fast as you can and safely, exit the building. We're preparing for the next ACP Business Summit with our head of state. So please kindly find your way out safely. Take your gifts as you go out.
Distinguished delegates, if you would kindly just exit and take your gifts as you go. Kindly, in the next about 2 minutes, would request that we have the room clear. Kindly exit, take your gift as you go. Thank you very much.
We are kindly requesting that we exit the room. It needs to be cleaned for the next session. So we are kindly, humbly requesting that we exit the room as it needs to be prepared for the next session. So please let us exit and we can network on the outside. So I'm please requesting that we exit as soon as we can. Get your gifts as you walk out, but please let's exit right away. Clear the corridors as well. We need to go up because this place needs to be prepared for the next session. Kindly let us exit right away and clear the corridors as well. Please let's exit. Kindly, can we do that as quickly as we can? We are behind time and schedule. So I'm kindly requesting that we all exit and we can network out of here. And please let's go up, clear the corridors as well as it needs to be prepared. Thank you. Tafadhali, let's clear. Tafadhali, let's get out, please. Let us clear the corridors, please. We are under pressure to ensure that we are out of here so that they get prepared for the next session. So please, let's clear. Why do students choose to study at BSBI? Because it's where we offer quality education.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2, sound check 1 2. Yeah. Garu ya. Check 1 2. Unasikia namna gani? Check 1 2 5 4 3 2 1. Check 1 2. Hello, sound check 1 2. Check. Sasa mwambia kutafutia audio. Sauti ya kamera. Check 1 2, sound check 1 2. Check, check, check. Check, check. Sorry. Check, check. 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 Yes, sir. Except for those of us who are doing some little work here and there, if we could kindly exit the room, we allow security to ensure that everything is okay, and then we can come in. Kindly, each and every one of us, we exit the room. Each and every one of us, we kindly exit the room. We allow security to do their small bit, and then we come back in. Unless you are security, hata sisi tunapeana sound tutoke kwanza. Asante. Unless you are security.
Katikati. Ni nani na nani atakuwa? Nikumbushe. Nani wako hapa? This is August. SG. So, I think this one.
Where you?
may I ask you questions? For example, I have to stand here. I can't stand in front of you.
I want to confirm that the mics are working, every one of them.
Hello.
Sound check.
How does that sound? Good.
Checking on clarity. Hello. 1, 2. Hello. Check on clarity. 1, 2. Yes. Check. Sound check. Clarity. Make clarity 1, 2. Checking on sound 1, 2. A bit of sound. Good. Thank you. Hello. Check on sound. Clarity check 1, 2. A lot of bass. Sound check. Clarity check 1, 2. Yeah, getting better. Sound check 1, 2. Check on clarity. Hello. Thank you. Asante. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Good.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yeah, check 1, 2.
Please, let's open the doors. Open the doors for the delegates.
Check.
Once they finish, they come He's coming with the president of Rio. We have organized
Sawa, asante. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I need us to settle down most kindly so that we see which seat is not occupied and then we can occupy that seat. Sound, please, if you can organize so that sound. Hello? Hello? If we can most kindly settle down, most kindly, KICC, if we could consult, KICC, if we could kindly consult. Those of us who are still studying, kindly we get seats and sit. We have still some empty space that is not occupied. I'm still waiting for the activity to die down so that we are able to move together as we welcome you to this business forum. Mwalimu Chris Wekulo and your choir, I request that you take us to different parts of this country, to different parts of Kenya, so that our visitors can have a taste of music from the different regions, from the coast of Kenya, from Nyanza region, from the western region. Kindly Mwalimu. That is from the western part of Kenya. And I'm requesting the choir to take us to the coastal region of this country. And I still humbly request those of us who are studying, especially in the middle, that we settle down so that we are able to bring in the chief guest and we can start this forum in good time. The beauty of African music. We showed our opinion by participating. And right now, as they perform that song, I could see participation. Some of us through the foot, others through the head, and others just tapping their fingers. The beauty of African music. What part of Kenya, Mwalimu? The coastal region of Kenya. Karibuni sana. Hello, check on check. Check. If I hand the resources, the choir says not me. The choir says, if I hand the resources, I would have married you, Malaika. They said it, I didn't. Now, ladies and gentlemen, which other region of Kenya? As they prepare to take us to Nyanza, the song Malaika was done by a Kenyan musician, Fatiri Williams, one of the songs that has beaten the test of times. It has crossed borders. It has been done by Bonnie M. It has been done by Halle Belafonte and other world-renowned musicians. Malaika, one of the jewels that tunajivunia kama wa Kenya. Now, the Nyanza region.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we be upstanding for His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and the head of government and other head of states. Let's appreciate them with a lot of applause as they take their seats. We may take our seats. May we take our seats? Thank you so much. We take cognizance and appreciate the presence of their excellencies, the head of states and government, as they join us to the business summit. With your permission, your excellencies, I will invite the Ghetto Classic for a brief performance as we settle down. Ghetto Classic. Let us appreciate the Ghetto Classic, our orchestra team from Kenya. Thank you so much. And now, Dr. Patrick Gomez, the SCP Secretary General, will guide the program. Welcome, the SG.
Your Excellency, Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government present, honorable ministers, our guest of honor, Mr. Tony Elumelu, Chairman of the United Bank for Africa and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, Mr. Ambroise Foyol, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Excellencies, distinguished ambassadors, representatives of regional organizations, captains of industry, and representatives of the ACP vibrant private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin today by sincerely thanking Your Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, for accepting to be the prestigious witness of the first ever ACP Business Summit and be personally present at the launch of this presidential dialogue within this framework. Allow me to also seize this early opportunity to thank you for the very warm welcome extended to us. I truly appreciate the opportunity to address you at this stage of our meeting. As you will note, Excellencies, we have quite a large number of representatives of ACP private sector and government here today. And as far as we are concerned, this is a great sign of the rightness, timeliness of our decision to proceed this 9th ACP Summit of Heads of State and Government with a business summit. The objectives of this business summit is to offer a framework of a high-level dialogue between ACP heads of state and government and ACP captains of industry to share information and practice on implementable decisions and investment plans and concrete proposals, but also to address policy, legislative, institutional, and capacity building measures in this area of industrial transformation for ACP countries, including the blue and green economies, championed so well by Seychelles. We also are happy that we have pursued entrepreneurship acceleration strategies and processes for ACP countries and ACP investment, trade, and development for ACP member states. Mr. President, it is appropriate that this pioneering event happens in Kenya, a country renowned for its economic dynamism and diversity. The ACP group of states has moved toward involving fully the private sector in its approach to sustainable development, and our 2014 to 2020 intra-ACP strategy will have deliberately allocated 17% of the available resources of 600 million euros to support the development of the private sector. Today, 60% of that resource has been already committed, and we are looking forward to finalizing the commitment of the remaining part early next year. I'm aware that these discussions are at the final stage to use part of that resource in working with the Tony Elumelu Foundation to leverage resources from other sources to support development of entrepreneurship in ACP countries. We believe together, ensemble, with the TF founder and in our ACP countries, any enterprise created must be a means to solve a problem, and entrepreneurs should be accompanied to seize the opportunities to create them as necessary. To support that movement, the just concluded 110th session of the ACP Council of Ministers has agreed to recommend to heads of state and government, the meeting tomorrow, the launch of an ACP Endowment and Trust Fund, ETF, which seems to be echoing TEF, if you reverse it. Our capital size, of course, may be a bit smaller. We hope through this channel to offer proper opportunities to the ACP private sector to invest more and more in ACP countries. And we look forward to successful cooperation in that respect. Mr. President, to conclude my short remarks, I would like to cite an example of the work the ACP Group has been doing in Kenya since 2001, particularly in the horticultural sector. The horticulture sector is now the third largest source of foreign exchange earnings for Kenya, almost on par with tourism. 10 years ago, the European market accounted for 85% of the volume of fresh and processed fruit and vegetables exported from Kenya. Today, it is now 50 times that increase, but still 70% by value, thanks to an ambitious trade diversification policy towards the East and Southern Africa sub-region, the Middle East and Asia, and thanks to an industry that has strategically invested on the local processing of its products. More recently, since 2016, micro, small, and medium enterprises, supported by Coal ACP, through the intra-ACP program, registered a 30% growth in terms of jobs created from 68,000 to 89,000, and the number of producers from 86,000 to 112,000, included in formal supply chains to domestic, regional, and international markets. Finally, in terms of systemic impact in Kenya, the intra-ACP programs have contributed during the past 20 years to the qualitative and quantitative strengthening of national knowledge and know-how recognized by all at all levels and within all decision-making bodies. Kenyan expertise is today the most exported between the agriculture and agri-food sectors of ACP countries, demonstrating the driving role that export sectors play in modernization of production systems for domestic markets. Today, our ambition must be to ensure that Kenya's success becomes a reality and a model for each country from the member states of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific Group. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, allow me to invite Mr. Tony Lumelu, the Chairman of the United Bank of Africa and the founder of Tony Lumelu Foundation, to make welcome remarks.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our host, His Excellency and my big brother, President Uhuru Kenyatta, President of Kenya, Presidents of member states of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific Group of States present here today, Mr. Secretary General, my friend, Patrick Gomez, distinguished captains of industry and guests present here today. I would like to thank ACP for organizing this event and the President for the warmth and hospitality his government has shown by hosting such an important forum in Africa. Let me begin by saying that it is an honor to be able to speak before you. The ACP is an institution that I have profound respect for, and that has an important and indeed a critical mission. And let me be frank and candid. We all share common concerns, but also common opportunities. In our world of sometimes brutal geopolitics, we need to have our voices heard. We need to have our agenda on the table. I need to have our issues discussed. Our countries face the greatest challenges from climate change, from unfair trade practices, and from the tragedies of immigration. I therefore salute the ACP for giving us a voice and recognitions globally, for making sure our agenda is heard and actioned. I'm here today as the chairman of United Bank for Africa. We call it Africa's Global Bank, with a presence in 20 African countries, including Kenya, as well as operations in 3 major financial centers of the world: Paris, London, and New York. UBA is a force for the development in Africa through infrastructure investment and leading the way in cross-border payments and services, with the objective of encouraging intra-Africa trade. Through our offices in New York and London and Paris, we work with large development finance institutions and multilateral organizations to facilitate capital flows into Africa and by providing international trade services. But today, we're here to talk about industrialization in APC states. I trained as an economist, and I travel frequently. Time and time again, I see the product of our failure to pursue policies that ensure value creation occurs in our countries. Failure to pursue policies that ensure that we benefit from the extraordinary resources we're endowed with in Africa. I see failure to pursue policies that help to crystallize these unique opportunities to wealth creation and help drive infrastructure development domestically. But equally, I see successes and not just only failures. Here in Kenya, Mr. President, and as said by the Secretary General, there is sensible long-term government thinking. The thinking that has created a thriving industrial and welfare, agricultural and broader business sectors, agric sector that exports across the region and indeed globally. Kenya's agriculture and the outcome of it, the products, are renowned. In Nigeria, for instance, at times some of the fresh fruits we eat come from Kenya. And your fintech sector are renowned for growing great initiatives that will help to bring sustainability and equity to all. Let me focus on a theme which drives me in everything that I do, which is central to how our economies grow sustainably. Our countries in the HCP states have grown or have growing youth populations. We have our young people increasingly educated, increasingly confident, globally connected through their smart devices and smartphones. They are hungry for economic improvement. They are hungry for opportunities, and they want to be involved in providing solutions. I think we all are aware of this, and all of us need to drive transformation to meet this challenge and indeed capture and channel what is an extraordinary opportunity. I'm a businessman. Through tenacity, foresight, strategy, but also at times luck, I have built successful businesses that now span Africa in banking, in power, in real estate, in hospitality, and healthcare. But for me, economic success is not a reward. It's only a reward unless societies are just and sustainable. 10 years ago, we founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation and seeded it with $100 million to help catalyze entrepreneurship in Africa. It implements my economic philosophy of African capitalism. It helps to drive this belief, the belief that entrepreneurship is the answer, that investments need to be for the long term and not just for short-term profits. A belief that businesses need to create social wealth as well as economic wealth. I fundamentally believe that by unleashing entrepreneurial enterprise and energy, by getting public and private sectors to work harmoniously together, we not only address our problems, we can unleash extraordinary opportunities. The Tony Elumelu Foundation is Africa's leading philanthropy, committed to empowering entrepreneurs from across the 54 African countries. And through our flagship program, the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program, which has already empowered 7,500 young entrepreneurs across Africa with training, seed capital, and mentorship. This year, we're expecting over 400,000 applications. Yes, 400,000 applications to our program. We created TF Connect, the Tony Elumelu Foundation Connect, which is a digital hub where over 750,000 entrepreneurs trade and connect. learn and engage across Africa. If you have not been to the ACP village, please take time out to check out the TF Connect stand and learn more about how you as an individual can contribute to our socio-economic development through mentoring young and eager African entrepreneurs. We get young people from across the African continent to reach out to one another and develop partnerships. We are helping to break down the barriers our young people face in order for them to create innovative solutions that will address the problems we face. The good news is that we have organizations such as ACP, UNDP, African Development Bank, the ICRC, and the German Investment, GIZ. They have helped to increase the number of young entrepreneurs we can support. And I want to see this opportunity on behalf of young Africans to thank you all for this support. Here in Kenya, Mr. President, we have our third largest number of beneficiaries across Africa, with 113 entrepreneurs selected for the 2019, this current cohort of the Tony Elmelu Entrepreneurship Program. To date, we have nearly 500 Kenyans, in fact, 497 Kenyan young men and women on the program. We have 596, again, nearly 600 young men and women from Uganda on the program. We have 187 men and women from Tanzania on the program and 194 in Rwanda. This is about 1,500 young East Africans who are beneficiaries of the Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program. Most of our entrepreneurs are already leveraging technology in their businesses in one way or the other, and we must applaud and encourage them to do more. In Kenya, Your Excellency, the Tony Elmelu entrepreneurs are doing very well, and you must be very proud of them. We have Dixon Ayuka, whose company leveraged data analytics and soil analysis to optimize crop yields, helping thousands of farmers to be more efficient in their practices and helping to contribute to food security in Kenya. We have Maureen Amakaben, whose company, Usafi Sanitation, was founded with the vision of bridging the sanitation gap in schools by providing waterless toilets. The company partners with youth and women from local communities, training them to be subcontractors and service providers. And now, this interesting story of Dr. Peter Gikunhi Mwethera, a 2015 beneficiary of the Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program. He is doing great things in the field of medicine. He has developed a contraceptive gel, Uniprine, which aims to prevent the HIV infection. The drug is being tested, is entering a critical final trial phase. And if the human trials are successful, Kenya could become the first country in the world to put an effective anti-HIV drug in the market. He is a 2015 beneficiary of the Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program. We are extremely proud of him, and we are more proud of what our seed capital, our mentoring, our 12-week intensive business education and entrepreneurship training can do for our young Africans. He has gone further to win the 2019 Kenyan National Innovation Agency Newton Fund Award and has been showcased by the Royal Academy of Engineering in London. Congratulations, Mr. President. And we have Deserts Anyone. Again, was started by Edwin Ngarari. He started his business with the seed capital he received from Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program. Today, his business is flourishing, serving B2B and B2C clients. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, an industrial revolution is occurring in our countries. But we must help our young ones to accelerate this revolution. Talent is not hard to find in Africa. I am sure this is true in all ACP countries. Neither is it hard to find people who are dedicated or ideas or people who have the discipline to make things happen. These are critical components of entrepreneurial success. These brilliant ideas cannot exist in a vacuum, and it is up to the governments across the developing world, across our ACP countries, to help the growth of small and medium-scale enterprises, because indeed, the future of our countries belong to them. The enabling environment is the backbone of success with industrialization and wealth creation for our countries. Without creating the enabling environment, the dream for industrialization will be a fleeting illusion. Policies that support rather than hinder them must be implemented. We must streamline our bureaucracies, provide infrastructure, and stable access to power. Power is critical. In Nigeria, where I come from, about $10 million US is spent annually by people and businesses who want to provide power for themselves. Now imagine if this amount was channeled to more productive activities or to happen. We cannot hope to industrialize if we do not fix the issue of power. If our entrepreneurs spend so much money to buy their businesses, they can't be competitive. And it's a matter we must deal with. We must look at ourselves and be honest. If we do not tackle these issues, we will be unable to achieve industrialization, wealth creation, and poverty eradication or reduction. We cannot allow our youth dividend to be wasted. Neither can we exclude our women from our development agenda. To this effect, I'd like to commend the European Investment Bank, represented by Mr. Fayol. Mr. Fayol, my direct line of sight. I want to commend your organization and yourself for the initiative She Invest. It's a wonderful initiative that focuses on mobilizing 1 billion euros for women across Africa through innovative digital solutions, financial products, climate responsiveness, as well as capacity building. We at the Tony Elmelu Foundation are committed to the same objectives and goals. And this is an invitation to join forces, as we have done with UNDP, to lift 100,000 young African men and women out of poverty and helping to stem the immigration challenge and menace that all of us face. We would like to work with you to bring this to everyone across Africa. We must develop our industry, provide our knowledge base. The technical capacity of our people must be upscaled if we must industrialize. Power and infrastructure are crucial to our success if we are to compete in an increasingly interconnected world with rapidly advancing technology. We need the private sector, the governments, policymakers, development partners, all working together through positive engagement to create the right environment and give hope to our young ones so that the talent can be realized for the development and betterment of all of our countries, and more importantly, for peace to reign in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gomez, the SG, and Mr. Tony, the chairman, for your candid words. I most humbly wish to request we all focus now on the screens for a short video on business and investment environment in Kenya, dubbed Make It Kenya. The video.
Kenya gives you one of the biggest
biggest market in the world. It gives you access to East Africa, which is a market of 200 million.
You see, Kenya is one of the amazing destinations for business in Africa. And in fact, it's situated on the world in a place where we are all very well connected.
Land of beautiful savannah and Point Nenana.
We are at the center, literally, of the continent, and at the center, literally, of the world. From Kenya, you're within 13 hours of any point anywhere in the world.
The pride of Africa and home, fearless. The largest and most advanced economy in East Africa.
We are an amazing destination for various reasons: culture, of history, of commerce, of people-to-people connections, government-to-government connections.
Kenya, the cradle of mankind, the land of great history and heritage, the home of great minds and unfaltering hope.
We have an open door policy for investment, so we encourage investment. We encourage through incentives, and because Kenya has an authentic African safari product, as well as wide sandy beaches at the coast, the combination of these two becomes interesting for investors to think where to go.
Thank you so much. That is Make It Kenya. Sir, allow me to invite Honorable Peter Munya, Kenya's Cabinet Secretary for Industry, Trade and Cooperatives, to invite you, Your Excellency, to deliver your keynote address. Karibu Waziri.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, Your Excellencies, heads of state and governments, the heads of institutions, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, you have provided leadership in areas of economic integration and promotion of multilateralism for the many years that you have been in leadership, starting from when you were Minister for Trade, Minister for Treasury, and now the President of the Republic of Kenya. It is therefore my humble duty to invite you to come and address this distinguished gathering. And I would like to invite you to
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, present at this function this evening, our good friend Dr. Patrick Gomez, the ACP Secretary General, honorable ministers, our good friend Tony Elumeru of the Tony Elumeru Foundation, all business leaders present. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by saying that I'm truly delighted to join you this evening at this business summit, which is basically taking place on the eve of the 9th summit of the African Caribbean Pacific group of states. And indeed, I also take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation to you, Excellencies especially, but also to all business leaders for honoring our invitation to attend this business summit. I applaud the ACP Secretariat and indeed the entire team of our ambassadors in Brussels for thinking it necessary to organize this first ACP business engagement, which serves as a welcome platform to discuss implementable strategies for the industrial transformation of all ACP countries. And I'm indeed optimistic that this platform will create opportunities for partnerships, business networking, as well as new trade and investments that would unleash what I believe is the great potential of our ACP member states. The theme that has been picked for this summit is industrialization and the private sector engagement for economic transformation of ACP states. This theme is apt as it underscores a vital aspect of the collective aspiration of all ACP countries to transform to middle income and industrial economies. That aspiration, ladies and gentlemen, is within our reach. We have the potential to leverage on our demographic dividends, as well as the bounty of our natural resources, to broaden our economic output and diversify the range of our exports. Our nations are stable and are attracting significant amounts of foreign direct investment from international investors eager for new and lucrative opportunities. So we can build on these strengths to transform our countries into vibrant, prosperous economies. The key objective of this evening's dialogue and the presidential panel include developing actionable proposals to promote industrial transformation, including in the blue as well as green economies, and also to agree on strategies for accelerating intra-ACP trade and investment. I believe that we all expect a rich set of proposals to emerge out of these discussions. And in that regard, and ahead of these discussions, let me just mention a few areas that I believe we should give priority. First, the recognition that our people are the most valuable resource that we have. The ACP group of countries has within themselves 1 billion people, most of whom are under 35 years of age. They are vibrant and increasingly much better educated. Given the right skills training and opportunities, this large reservoir of young people will become the engine that drives the transformation that we seek as a group and individually also as countries. Towards this end, Kenya has focused itself on achieving universal access to free primary education, and we are now in our second year of implementing 100% transition from primary to secondary school. In addition, Kenya has also invested heavily in preparing our people for the opportunities afforded by the digital economy through various skills development initiatives, including our digital learning program, which is aimed at integrating the use of digital technologies in the learning of all our public primary schools. I think the second point we need to consider is the need to promote industrialization of agriculture. Stronger linkages between farmers and agro-industry can improve supply chain efficiencies and improve access to local and global markets and increase the real incomes of our farmers. In addition, because agriculture employs more than half of our workers, many of them poor, value addition and the integration of smallholder farmers into national and regional agricultural value chains would contribute to much more inclusive growth and development. The third aspect is that we need to support entrepreneurship and the growth of micro, small and medium enterprises. In Kenya, as I believe in many of the ACP countries, MSMEs contribute about 1/3 of gross domestic output and create about 80% of all employment. MSMEs have the potential to create positive impacts on the welfare of vulnerable groups such as youth, women, and persons living with disabilities. To successfully grow micro, small, and medium enterprises, members of vulnerable and economically disadvantaged groups, we need to ensure that we provide finance, business skills training, and markets, without which most of them, as evidenced, will fall within the first 3 years. I am sure that all of us look forward to receiving a report on feasible solutions, especially on innovative financing for accelerating youth, women, and persons living with disability into the entrepreneurship class. The fourth aspect is the need for us to continually improve the regulatory and institutional frameworks, as indeed was mentioned by Tony a little earlier. We need to design effective business laws and regulations that promote the interests of SMEs, and provide them with an opportunity to innovate and grow into large enterprises. As governments, we need to continuously improve the ease of doing business in order to remove supply-side constraints and increase competitiveness, transparency, and efficiency. By working close to the private sector, we in Kenya have improved our ranking in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business from number 136 in the year 2014 to number 56 as of last year. The fifth aspect I think we should also focus ourselves on is how to set up frameworks, instruments, and institutions to facilitate innovation and technology transfer as well as absorption. We have a huge opportunity to fundamentally transform into industrialized and job-rich economies through the use of technology. Fundamentally transform our countries for the better. While most of our countries lack the financial resources to address the current large development deficit, particularly in infrastructure, our young people are tech savvy and indeed have a huge entrepreneurial spirit, and they are ready to embrace the digital revolution. Indeed, our experience in Kenya shows clearly that a flourishing digital and innovation ecosystem can stimulate the growth of ICT-related businesses and technological innovations and nurture vibrant tech startups and incubation hubs, as Tony himself has mentioned with those young men and women that he has supported through his fund and foundation. Further, technology can also promote financial inclusion, promote the growth of e-commerce, and improve the efficiency and transparency of service delivery by governments. By leveraging on digital financial services, access to financial services in Kenya, as a result, has tripled from 26% in 2006 to well over 85% in 2019. About 39% of our private enterprises in Kenya are engaged in e-commerce, and 70% of all e-commerce payments in Kenya are settled through various mobile money payment platforms. The final issue I'd like to draw to your attention and highlight is that private sector-led industrial development is critical to bringing about the structural transformation that is needed to set developing economies on a path of sustained economic development. The private sector in Kenya, as in the case in many of our ACP countries, contributes the bulk of the gross domestic output as well as employment, with a particularly critical role played by micro, small, and medium enterprises. In recognition of this critical role, the government of Kenya has established a formal and structured engagement with the private sector, through which strategies to promote private sector-led growth are developed and implemented in conjunction with each other. I note that the ACP Private Sector Development Strategy emphasizes the prioritization of an enabling environment for the development of public and private sector enterprises. This, I believe, is a sound proposal because public-private partnerships can be the foundation for sustainable solutions to the challenges facing ACP economies. Such partnerships can make ACP member states economically more competitive and increase our combined contribution to global trade. Going forward, ladies and gentlemen, we need to diversify our products and identify key service sectors which have a fast growing trade potential. This would include creative and cultural industries, as we were discussing with my sister Mia yesterday, also known as the orange economy, which generate today approximately 2.25 trillion US dollars in revenue and 29.5 million jobs globally, according to the first global mapping of this particular sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would wish to invite all of you to explore the many investment opportunities that exist in different sectors, not only of Kenya's economy, but of each other's economy. All these ranging from housing, health, manufacturing, agriculture, infrastructure, ICT, fintech, And I'm sure that later you will also hear quite a bit, especially about Kenya's revolutionary money transfer product, which we refer to as M-Pesa, and other fintech products that are available here in Kenya. Kenya will also be very keen to engage with leading captains of industry amongst you, with a view of learning the secrets of your own individual successes in your respective countries. ACP countries, I believe, have much to learn from each other, both in terms of our individual successes as well as the common challenges that we all face. So indeed, I wish you all very fruitful deliberations. And indeed, as I always conclude by saying, I invite all of you to take some time off after this summit to tour Kenya and the wider East African region, and indeed participate and enjoy our heritage and splendor. It is indeed splendor. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say once again, what a great pleasure and honor it is for us here in Kenya to host you and to have you amongst us. And I do hope and I believe that this first business summit under the aegis of the ACP will develop strong bonds and links between you, especially you in the private sector, that will allow us to develop, grow, and prosper as a family and create much needed jobs for our young men and women. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, Head of Government, Head of States and Government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the first session. And I wish to humbly invite His Excellency the President, Mr. Gomez and Tony, to take their seats on the floor. The SCP 2 minutes video.
The endurance of the long-distance runners of East Africa. The speed of the Caribbean sprinters. And the strength of the Fijian and Samoan rugby players epitomize the coming together of 79 countries under the African, Caribbean, and Pacific Group of States. The synergy has so far seen more than $3.7 billion committed in funding, more than 40 intra-ACP projects cutting across health, energy, small and medium enterprises, and security. Promotion of multilateralism will now see member states give each other first priority in trade and other related concessions, promoting rapid local industry growth and job opportunities. With this unity, the bloc will have more bargaining power with external partners and governments. Endowed with natural resources across all member states, the ACP prudent leadership, combined with improved political goodwill, has resulted in conservation and sustainable use of available resources. With its biggest asset being the citizens of the member states, health and the welfare of the people has been given top priority. Resources have been channeled to the war against disease, with emphasis on maternal health and promotion of research. Homegrown solutions are being implemented for issues like cross-border migration, especially to the European countries, smuggling and poaching. The obligation of ensuring that every member state enjoys the benefits of working together under ACP remains sacred. Because together, we can unlock infinite possibilities.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate the candid work that is being done. As we move on to the President's dialogue session, Allow me most humbly to introduce on stage our moderators, my co-hosts. Fifi Peter, kindly join me on stage. She's an anchor and a producer from MBC Africa. Let's appreciate her as she takes her position. Allow me also to invite my good friend, Mr. Mohamed Nyaoga, the chairman of Central Bank of Kenya. Karibu, chairman. Let's appreciate him.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Good evening. We have, I think you need to hear our voice also. Yes.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me? I believe the people in front can probably hear me. Can everyone at the back hear me? No, not. Could I kindly ask that? All right. Yes, good evening from my very kind co-host. It is a great pleasure for me to be here with you today. It's my very first ACP conference, and it's been a great one so far. I was with many of you earlier on this morning when we were discussing amongst business people and investors and the entrepreneurs in this room what they think needs to be done for our heads of state really to achieve their own development mandates by way of growing the economy and growing it inclusively for their people. We're here to unpack some of those strategies and to deliver them to the heads of state. Implementable solutions, I believe the conversation will be about.
Thank you. We don't have much time. Let me now take this opportunity to invite our lead speakers and join me in welcoming Honorable Mia Amo Motley, the Prime Minister of Barbados. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage. She will be followed by His Excellency Danny Faure, President of Seychelles. Please welcome to the stage. Nicholas Nesbitt, the Chairman of Kenya Private Sector Alliance and Chairman of the East African Business Council. Next. The next one on stage is Mrs. Ife, CEO, Tony Elemelu Foundation. Ife, welcome to the stage. Next one is Prakash Chand, Group MD, Rotmold Limited. Prakash, come on the stage. The next one is Ambrose Fayole, the Vice President, a European Investment Bank. This is how we're going to run this session. We'll first allow the speakers here to make some 3-4 minutes opening remarks, after which there'll be a couple of questions from us and then the audience. To set the stage, let me call upon Richard Ngatia. He goes by the title of president, but we have many presidents in the house. Allow me to suspend that title for now and call him the leader of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. Richard, you allow me to do that today? Please come on the stage. He is going to give us some recommendations that arose from the sessions that we had earlier from yesterday. Thank you.
Right. Richard, could I just steal just a minute or so from your time? We do invite you to share some of the experiences and some of the views that will be shared in this room on social media for those who obviously could not make it here. And please, could you use the hashtag ACP Business Summit. So that's hashtag ACP Business Summit, and the handle is @BusinessACP. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellencies, Head of State, Mr. Patrick Gomez, ACP Secretary General, Cabinet Secretaries present, Tony Elmelo, heads of various visiting delegations, representatives of the Government of Kenya, members of the Diplomatic Corps, fellow business commissioners, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good evening. Bonjour. Thank you. It is my distinct privilege to join and welcome you at this 9th African Caribbean Pacific Business Summit being held here in Nairobi, Kenya. I would like to thank the Government of Kenya, all the ACP state parties, Secretariat, and partners who have helped organize this important gathering. On behalf of the ACP Private Sector Forum, we had a 3-day consultative dialogue with the representatives of private sector. The following were the recommendations in various thematic areas. 1, youth employment and enterprise development. We propose the following. ACP governments and states need to develop and promote national skills, strategies, and programs for the future of workforce through Tibet forums and strengthen networking, dialogue, and cooperation among policymakers and training institutions. Promote public-private partnerships where to possible expand cost-effective active labor market measures. Encourage employers to continue or expand quality apprenticeship and internship program. Reshape labor market policy and institutions to facilitate access to employment and tackle social exclusion. Promote structured partnership and collaboration on industry and academia. 2 is agricultural value chain, which is finance, capacity building, trade and investment, and climate change. The ACP private sector is committed to support and accelerate growth of agriculture output in ACP state partners while promoting efficient and sustainable management of natural resources. The ACP Forum proposed the following. Recommendations we propose are to provide policy framework to support agricultural value chains through market-based approaches to boost agricultural productivity and enhance trade and investment. Foster partnerships with crucial stakeholders and the mobilized private sector investments to leverage existing public sector initiatives, which is central to scaling up agribusiness initiatives. Promote inclusion of the youth and women on strategic agricultural development initiatives. And 3 is unlocking the potential of the orange economy in the ACP countries. The following proposed recommendations. ACP governments need to provide legal framework and formulate policies to remove barriers along the value chain from production, distribution, commercialization, and finally, consumption. Provide support and environment to establish creative hubs through business clusters, infrastructure, capital, talent, and technology to converge. And 4 is to upscale and expand comprehensive entrepreneurial finance. Therefore, we propose the following. Provide policy framework to promote financial inclusion and support programs to access credit and financial opportunities to all the sector, particularly the SMEs. Moving forward, and our commitment as a private sector in ACP countries must focus on building our foundation to facilitate manufacturing and industrial development to advance to the next frontier and raise our economic well-being. As private sector, we committed to work in partnership with the ACP governments to promote economic transformation, industrialization, and diversification of economy in through intra-trade. As ACP community, we need to work together to build enabling policy environments and promote inclusive business in the ACP member states and for the ACP community, which will in turn support businesses, generate income, and create hundreds of thousands of new employment opportunities. We need to support digital infrastructure, digital connectivity, digital workforce, and digital MSMEs. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have provided the ACP private sector perspective. I have also mentioned some of the areas where our role can contribute to a more efficient, more integrated, and more competitive to the ACP partnership. On behalf of the International Conference of the Great Lakes Region Private Sector Forum, ICGLR, PSF, and the Kenya business community, it was indeed an honor for me and to our country, Kenya, when the private sector in the Great Lakes region, through the General Assembly of 18th September 2019, elected me as their chairman. We need to see our governments encouraging and embracing public-private dialogues and public-private partnerships in the ACP region to enhance effective cooperation in the implementation of the national and regional programs in collaboration with regional economic communities, multilateral and regional institutions. The integration of the African Continental Free Trade Area is already happening with the adoption of the ACFTA agreement, and we are recommending to our government that they ensure that the business sector is involved in all major discussions on the ACFTA implementation, including inclusion into the various committees overseeing its implementation. The private sector forum is mandated to facilitate the hosting of the Great Lakes Investment and Trade Conferences. An inaugural private sector investment conference was held on 23rd and 24th February 2016 in Kinshasa, DRC, in partnership with the United Nations and other donors. A second edition is now scheduled for the 18th to 20th March 2020 in Kigali, and is tentatively set to focus on investments in promotion of regional trading among member states and with the rest of the world. And as a business community, we are fully committed to support ACP business agenda, the African Union Agenda 2063, and UN SDGs as well. For us to be able to deal with the needs of our times, it will be then important to focus and center into exemplify three themes, which is connectivity, where we must connect our cities, and the second one is mobility, where we must move ideas and capital, and the third is sustainability, which is balance in nature. I wish you all, as you go back to your homes, safe skies, and I wish you a Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I have a very huge panel in front of me here. And now I'm going to allow the panelists to make some opening remarks. Please make the 3 minutes so that then we can move on to the next program. I'm going to start with Nicholas Nesbitt, the chairman of Kenya Private Sector Alliance and chairman of the East African Business Council. Nick, you can speak from where you are. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Hello, that's better. Thank you, Chairman. And being in charge as chairman of the regulator, our very stable monetary policy regulator, I will try to stick to my 3 minutes. But let me first off start off with saying, Your Excellencies, my friend Chairman Tony Elumelu, all distinguished guests, it's a real pleasure to be sitting here today to speak on behalf of private sector. Besides being chairman of the local private sector, I'm also chairman of the East African Business Council, which covers 6 countries, which are all very time consuming, but my real day job is I am the head of IBM in this part of the world. So let me start off with, over the last 3 weeks, I have had a very large forum with the Kenyan private sector where we met very senior government officials. That was followed a week later in Arusha, Tanzania last week, where we had 650 businesses of all sizes from 6 countries very senior government officials, cabinet ministers meet to discuss business. The importance of those two conversations was that very specifically the voice of the private sector was heard, and we felt very listened to, and we were very engaged. And this is really a unique part of the world where, in particular, the president of Kenya gives us great access to him and his team to talk about the issues that are here. Now, I say that because when we met last week in East Africa, many of the other East African countries did not have that. But if I were to say there were three things that stood out from that meeting, both meetings actually. The first one was about competitiveness. In this region, we must increase our competitiveness because we are staring irrelevance straight in the face. Irrelevance being the rest of the market, the rest of the world is moving on and they don't really need us. So we have to stand up and take care of this population dividend that we have of young people and ensure that they can rise up and be employed, gainfully employed. The other really important thing is I'm starting to get the feeling that all the private sector, in the local private sector, is up to here. They have hired all the people that they want to hire. In fact, there is a dilemma, not even a dilemma, dichotomy, or there's a better word for that, which is companies don't actually want to hire many more people than they have to. It's not their business to do that. So if the local companies aren't going to hire the people, then who is? We must make this environment attractive for people who are sitting on their capital, whether it's domestically or internationally, to come out to this region. And what's it going to take? Regulators need to get out of the way, set their mandate, get out of the way. The monetary policy I mentioned needs to remain stable. We've had a very stable shilling. Inflation has been very well managed. We need to ensure that when companies come here, they can get the right talent, they can invest in them, and the companies can grow, and so on and so on and so on. But basically, it's let government get out of the way. The second thing that we have to do is create a positive attitude. It's very disheartening to see as leaders in the country, and we are all leaders here, and you have to remain optimistic if you're a leader, that you are going to be able to take that hill. It's very disheartening to see how many people get very despondent about what is happening in the economy, despondent about what is possible, because those are the very people that keep you in place and do not allow the country to move on. But that optimism will only come from trust. So we must build trust into the equation, and trust comes from integrity. Say what you're going to do and do it. And if you don't, apologize. And that means private sector needs to be trustworthy. It also means we must have faith in government. When they say they're going to do that, either side, they must do it. And we must build that culture of trust. You see, in Africa,
Can I come in there?
Sorry?
So I'd like to say your 5 minutes is up, but it's
Is that 5 minutes?
Yes. In fact, it's 5. It was 3, but we gave you 5, and we will give you more time. It's just the opening remarks section, and we'll delve deeper into what it is you're saying. So if you allow me just to kindly take the mic.
Okay, let me stop there. Thank you. I thought I was going for 3 minutes. You know, you're up here. You don't have a clock. So thank you.
All right, and on to our next speaker from the private sector. Before we do hand over to the heads of state, Miss Ifinyua, slight attempt there. Last I saw you, I was on this side of the stage, and you were on the middle side of the stage at the All Africa Business Leader Awards, where you did accept the Philanthropy of the Year award, awarded to Mr. Tony Elumelu. Congratulations in person, sir. Round of applause, please. For you, your opening 3 minutes starts now.
I don't get 5 minutes like you did. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the ACP, Mr. Tony Gomez, the founder, Tony Elumelu Foundation, Mr. Tony Elumelu CON. Permit me to stand on all other existing protocols. I always say to our entrepreneurs that there is no better time to be an entrepreneur in Africa, or indeed in the Pacific nations than now. In my time, we were not even on the list or on the agenda of summits and events like this. Today, you have heads of state, policymakers, development organizations,
indeed the entire ecosystem, talking about how can we ensure that we create an enabling environment for African entrepreneurs. So, what can we really do? And I want to keep my 3 minutes down to three things. Three things that African entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs in developing nations need to create jobs. You mentioned, my fellow panelists, that the jobs will be created from foreign investments, local or foreign, but it is the SMEs that create jobs. 97% of the jobs in Japan is created by the small and medium enterprises. So what we need is to build up SMEs. What we need is to create a strong middle class, and they will create the jobs. So entrepreneurs across the developing nations need three things. They need access to training, access to funding, and access to markets. And this is what we do at the Tony Elumelu Foundation. We created a 12-week online training program that trains entrepreneurs. And this training is something that you do not get in traditional educational systems. A lot of our traditional schools are training young people for the world of yesterday and not for the world of tomorrow. And we need to ensure that the training that the youth are receiving is training them for the world of tomorrow. 60% of the jobs that will exist in 20 years do not exist today. Technology is the key. Africa barely made the last three industrial revolutions. We cannot afford to miss the fourth industrial revolution. We must leverage technology. So I'm challenging all the heads of state here today. Let's make coding a universal language across Africa and the developing nations. Let's make every young African a coder. We can do it if we put our minds to it. Access to funding. At the Tony Elumelu Foundation, we ensure that everyone who is a beneficiary receives a $5,000 seed capital, because that is the minimum they need to get their foot in the door to start the entrepreneurial journey. If we only train them and we don't give them money, it's almost like giving a child ice cream and saying, don't eat it, because they would not be able to prove their concept or start the entrepreneurial journey. Indeed, we do have some Tony Elumelu entrepreneurs in the room today. Can you stand and be recognized, please? And they have all received $5,000 seed capital. And so it is critical to ensure, thank you very much, that entrepreneurs receive the funding that they need, because it is two sides of the same coin. Finally, access to markets. It is important to know that Africa suffers from fragmented markets. And I'm very thankful for the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement that has recently been signed. But signing is only the first step. We need to implement it. And to implement it, it takes hard work, it takes determination. But I'm confident with the heads of states and the involvement of the private sector that we will get to where we need to. But access to markets is not just in terms of infrastructure, but in terms of connectivity. We need to connect African entrepreneurs to themselves and to the world, and to ensure that everyone in Africa has access to the internet so that no African is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Execution, execution, implementation, implementation. Let me take this opportunity now to invite Ambrose Fayo, Vice President, European Investment Bank actually, to make his remarks. 3 minutes, please.
3 minutes. Thanks very much. And thanks very much for the invitation. EIB is the Bank of the European Union. So we work with also the European Commission, with ACP countries, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank very much my friend Patrick Gomez for the excellent collaboration that we have built with the ACP Secretariat. And what we do is, we are a public bank. Our shareholders are the member states of Europe. What we do is we finance projects that support the development of ACP countries. And today, Mr. President, I was in Olkaria, the biggest geothermal power plant in Africa, a project that we have supported from the beginning and that we continue to support, which is expanding, a great project. We have also supported Lake Turkana, a big wind farm plant that is also in a form of PPP, which is also interesting and modern way of developing projects. When we are in Vanuatu, we finance projects like retractable wind farms, because when there are cyclones, you need to be able to put down the wind park, because otherwise it's going just to be destroyed. And this kind of things that is in the family of what we do, which is we try to do enabling investment that will enable investments. We do that also for the private sector. We don't have big teams in the field, but we have partners. And for example, tomorrow we are going to sign a big operation with TBD Bank, the Trade and Development Bank that is very present in the region. This is a project that is going to help. We can lend money to a bank that is going to lend it to SMEs, and especially in this case, SMEs that are targeting climate action projects. So we do a lot of these kind of projects that are trying to help the people in ACP countries with grants, for example, with support to alleviate a number of constraints that they are facing. And my final point, and thanks a lot for Tony to have alluded to this. We have developed She Invest, and actually we are going to sign on Tuesday the first project under She Invest. It has just been announced in Johannesburg last month. This is going to be for the Uganda Development Bank, and we hope that we will develop a lot of these She Invest projects, because women entrepreneurship is one of the key for the growth in Africa and beyond.
And finally, just some opening remarks from you, Prakash.
Thank you. I know the time is 3 minutes. I am a businessman. I don't talk much, but I make a difference wherever meets the road. Your Excellencies, heads of state and governments of ICP countries, honorable ministers, distinguished ICP captains of industries and entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen. I will talk on the area of industrial transformation of agriculture, including blue and green economies. And I have 3 recommendations which I would like to make. The industrial transformation will take entrepreneur with vision and energy and the appetite to invest and develop critical value chains across ICP countries. For a region like Pacific, sectors to consider include agriculture, green or blue economy, ocean or blue economy, and green economy. Potential of blue economy for the Pacific region and most ACP countries is immense and include the new ocean industries, which include marine aquaculture, deep, ultra deep water, oil and gas, renewable energy, offshore energy, marine and seabed mining, maritime safety and surveillance. Marine biotechnology, high-tech marine products and services through sustainability-oriented innovation system. Then greening the traditional ocean industries, shipping and maritime industries, the seafood industry, offshore energy, mining industry through energy and material efficiency, ocean and water pollution control. The second area is the agricultural sector transformation in a context of the small island countries like Pacific countries, possible role of captains of the industries. As captains of the industry, we should be able to combine industrial transformation and socio-economic inclusion in the agribusiness sector through, for instance, a 3-stage approach. Captain of industry as market access aggregator, captain of industry promoting retail packaging for improved market development and market access, captain of industry promoting value addition through local processing. And the third one, of course, is captain of industry as entrepreneurs, as entrepreneurship ecosystem player for youth and women. Captain of industry can leverage their business acumen and financial capacity to offer two levels of support to young and women entrepreneurs. Capital, which is seed and or venture capital, and mentorship. Thank you very much. I hope I was within the 3-minute limit.
You did very well. You just made it. Now allow me to now invite Her Excellency Honorable Mayor Motley to make her remarks. And since I know that she may be responding to some of the issues raised, I'll give her 6 minutes.
I assume that is your attempt to bring back gender balance, but we take it nevertheless. Let me thank you for this wonderful opportunity here in Nairobi. Let me say thank you to President Kenyatta, my brother, and to all of the people of Kenya for their very, very warm hospitality extended to all of us. For us, this is a unique moment because it signals our intention to really try to claim our destiny. We have an opportunity that, however, must be premised on getting not to know about each other, but to know each other. And there's a big difference. Knowing about each other means that we are likely to continue our habits to trade north. Knowing each other means that we are likely to take down the walls and to begin to understand the values and the challenges that confront each of us, and by extension, to see the entrepreneurial opportunities that may be available to build prosperity among our people. And it can't just simply be about providing jobs. It has to be also about economic enfranchisement, creating a basis for ownership among our people, because that is the only way it is going to be sustainable. I listened here this afternoon, and my brother Andrew Holness is here as well from Jamaica, and he will tell you that for us in the region, we have a slightly different problem, because we have a Caribbean community that was established in 1973 that settled on a single market and single economy as an objective in 1989. But that has been constrained not as a result of the ability of governments to set the legal constructs, but effectively because we've not been able to produce enough, quick enough, in a way that allows growth to come more seamlessly to us. And when you start to examine the reason, what is it? What is the oxygen that's needed? You need people, you need access to finance, you need access to training. But the fundamental issue of access to people, and those from the Caribbean are probably tired hearing me say so, but for you here in Africa, I need to repeat it. In Suriname, we have a country with 580,000 people that is the size of the Netherlands, that has 17 million people. In Guyana, which is the size of England, Scotland, and Wales, we have a country that has 800,000 people, but with a population that is nowhere near England, Scotland, and Wales of 66 million people. In Belize, it is 400,000 roughly, and it's the size of Israel at 8 million. So, and Barbados and Jamaica are a little better off in terms of the numbers, but when you compare us to a Singapore or to others in the developed world, our population numbers are still down. And part of the parcel of the difficulty is that we have to find ways to manage migration more effectively in order to be able to create the dividend that you want to benefit from here as a result of the increases in your numbers of young people. Now, why is it important? Because whenever we leave here, we leave and we're going north. We're not going west, and we in the Caribbean not coming east. And it is a nonsense, because if I told those of you who were interested in banking and finance that we have a serious problem in the region with correspondent banking and de-risking, and the fact that ordinary members of our society are finding it difficult to even just open a bank account, then what has happened here in Kenya with the Equity Bank may well now be a model to happen in CARICOM, because you have been able to use the virtue of trust to broaden the base of participation and access to finance in this country in a way that the Caribbean community is crying out for, rather than being hostage to a few international banks that are not responding to our domestic needs and development challenges, but are responding to one-size-fits-all prescriptions that are being imposed upon it from the North Atlantic countries. If I told you that the Prime Minister of Jamaica and myself are looking for investment in tourism and for people to be able to participate in the ownership of hotels, even if you don't have the brands, then you may more willingly look at opportunities in the Caribbean community than you have hitherto done. If I tell you that we have an international business platform that acts as a hub for you to be able to engage in and with the rest of the world, and that it is anchored by double taxation agreements and bilateral investment treaties that protect your investment, you may wonder, why haven't you been before? So that these things are critical if we are going to move the pace and depth of business opportunities within the South among Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific countries. Regrettably, we have made this a government project only. And I say so conscious that this is not for me about government or the private sector, because I am a strong and firm believer that the state has to be an entrepreneur in our part of the world, because unless the state opens up certain activities where the private sector is extremely risk averse, it will not happen. And unless the state takes on risk, particularly in research and development, it will not happen. So what are the other opportunities? We are in a climate crisis. You here in Kenya have felt it this week with your floods. And I offer our sympathy to those families who have been dislocated or who have lost members as a result of the floods. But we live it every day now. And we just finished less than a week ago our hurricane season. But what is the news? We are 6.5 months away from the next hurricane season. That is now our continued reality. Our ancestors, our grandparents and great-grandparents did not have the luxury of getting ready. They had to be ready and be resilient. As a result, there are opportunities in the blue economy, the green economy, changing how we build houses, changing how we respond to restructuring our economy, and moving away from a heavily driven fossil fuel economy to one that depends more on our natural attributes, be it the sun, be it the water, be it the wind. And why are we moving and looking north for investment when we ought to be looking at each other to better mobilize the domestic liquidity that we have in each other's country, invest in each other's country to diversify our investments so that we're not exposed only to our own peculiar challenges as nation states? We need, therefore, to see a level of transatlantic investment and trans-Pacific investment within the ACP to help us move from fossil fuel-free economies to one where we have greater control and to allow for renewable energy, as well as conversion of our transport sector. What is our reality? That we are being told that if we want to move to electric cars, we have to wait in the line because the car manufacturers are going to satisfy the needs in Europe first and North America before they start to look at us. So where are the opportunities within Africa for the establishment of manufacturing plants that are looking to create and build the electric or hybrid cars that are needed to power the South? And who and why are we not working in a cooperative manner, leveraging both capital, human, and financial from all three regions in order to build up whatever industries we are building, whether here, there, or in the Pacific? And I say so, for example, with tourism and the creative economy. The Caribbean has a mature relationship in managing tourism product. Why aren't Jamaican and Barbadian chains established in Africa in tourism? Why are we not equally having the African agricultural diversification that Kenya has seen? Why is Kenya and other countries not leading with respect to that in the Caribbean, particularly in a country like Suriname and Guyana that have huge, and Belize that have huge agricultural potential? And in the case of Suriname, is one of the top 5 freshwater sources in the entire world. So my friends, the opportunities are great, but we don't know each other. We know about each other. And the only people who can change that is ourselves. It's not an easy thing because human beings tend to stick to what they know. But we need to step outside of the comfort of our familiar and to recognize that we're actually more alike than we think because we come from the same values, the same people, the same everything. It's just that we've allowed the sea and others to separate us. I believe that a few people must lead the way because success is a habit. And if the gentleman in front of me, who has taken on the challenge of creating 10,000 entrepreneurs in Africa, Tony, believes that Africa should not be the limit of its horizons. And if there are others like him who can do the same, then I think that you and Chris, who I met yesterday, can be the people who help create the bridges to allow people to move and share experiences. Without the sharing of knowledge and information through television and social media, and without the bridges for air and sea to move people and goods, this will be a continuous academic exercise. Thank you.
Just once again, ladies and gentlemen, we do invite you to share what has been said and what is still yet to be said on social media. For those in Jamaica, the Caribbean islands who cannot be here, as well as the Pacific, that hashtag is ACP Business Summit. So hashtag ACP Business Summit and the handle @BusinessACP. To Tony and Chris, looking forward to you rising to the challenge. No pressure, but as journalists, we will be there reporting on that. Finally, to you kindly, sir, the President of Seychelles, Danny Fori.
President Kenyatta, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, all protocols observed. I stand this evening before you to share with you the journey of a small country in the Indian Ocean, Seychelles, looking at the next frontier of our development, and that is the blue economy. And I want to share with you concrete steps that we have taken. As you know, Seychelles has long been a champion of the blue economy, especially at the regional and international level. Our advocacy efforts have produced interesting results. Through an innovative debt swap initiative, we secured $15 million in blue bonds proceeds. 12 million has been allocated to a blue investment fund managed by the Development Bank of Seychelles. The aim of the fund is to support sustainable fishing practices. The remaining 3 million was allocated to the Blue Grants Fund managed by Seychelles Climate Change Adaptation Trust, an NGO established in Seychelles to tackle climate change adaptation efforts. In addition, Seychelles secured a grant from the African Development Bank Fund for Africa private sector assistance for the development of our national biotechnology sector. This grant will support research work, capacity building, business development, and monitoring and evaluation for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, I have personally introduced and launched a number of initiatives this year to strengthen our policies and improve business environment. This year, I launched a Blue Economy Council at the national level to enhance coordination amongst ministries, department agencies, and other governmental organizations with the aim of strengthening Seychelles' ocean governance mechanism. A high-level multi-stakeholder forum was also set up with participation from civil societies and the private sector. Next year, I will launch the Seychelles Blue Economy brand to highlight successful flagship initiatives such as Seychelles Marine Spatial Planning and Blue Bonds. This will be built on national and international legal and policy frameworks. We are also looking into improving trade and commerce with our regional and other trade partners. Seychelles recently signed the AFCFTA and tripartite FTA, and we are currently in the process of negotiating a deeper and broader interim economic partnership agreement with the European Union. We are building the momentum of our current efforts to promote blue economy, and I take this opportunity to welcome all ACP heads of state to join us in promoting our oceans, rivers, and lakes. I also extend a great welcome to regional investors to invest in our promising sector. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my 4th visit to Kenya in 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, in the next session, we're going to put a few questions to the speakers here, Your Excellencies. But after that, we shall ask the audience here to also make some interventions. Your Excellency, you've talked about a very fundamental point, that we don't know each other. We know of each other. We know of about. I think that's better said. So currently within ACP, the trade flows are limited. How can this be increased? How can ACP members begin to think of themselves as one bloc and its people as one people? Finally, how can the leaders of the member states set the tone at the top for this shift?
Thank you. I think that we've started doing it this year. I mean, President Kenyatta came through the Caribbean. Prime Minister Holness and myself and others are here in Africa today. This is the time of the year when others at home are thinking about Christmas. And we're here. And we're here because we believe that we have to create the opportunities for investment flowing both ways and the opportunities for exchanges. But it's going to be difficult in the absence of dealing with the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is travel. And the elephant in the room is the movement of goods. Now, I was just in Ghana a month ago. We signed a cooperation agreement with the Port of Tema. And we believe that whether it is Barbados, Kingston, Nassau, that there are opportunities for hub arrangements to be able to access North America and Central and South America that are available to Africa, and indeed from the Far East and Middle East coming through Africa. Now we need to make that happen, working with private sector companies. Similarly, we need to deal with air travel. That there is only direct travel, as evidenced in the Middle Passage, is the greatest scar on the 20th century of the post-independence movement of African and Caribbean leaders. And I hope that we can remove that blemish from our record, because we are the ones now who have it within our grasp to make that travel direct rather than to be pawns of history or victims of history. But to my right, you are on NBC, I'm told, and the power of television and the power of social media and the power of technology. Kenya has been able to do what it has done with financial inclusion through technology. Now, once we start to begin to create and show that there are opportunities, then ordinary citizens are going to use the technology to reap the dividend in terms of whatever opportunities there are for business. But if we don't create the architecture, and the architecture is in fact transport logistics, communication logistics, as well as protection of each other's investments. If we do that as governments to ensure fairness and equity and capacity, then our people will do the rest. The second part that I want to say is that, and we have in CARICOM to discuss how best we can do it, we thank President Kenyatta for affording CARICOM the opportunity to establish a presence in Nairobi with the offices that were handed over to us yesterday for us to outfit. And we're going to take it because we need to be able to look at how best we can access and to have a program of managed migration to get the people in the Caribbean being able to produce at a higher level. Similarly, in my own country, there's excess liquidity. Banks are paying 0.01% on savings in Barbados and in many other Caribbean countries. And in fact, Canadian banks are selling off a lot of their assets and shifting out. And the concept of de-risking has come about because they don't believe that we are large enough to matter for them to take the time to put systems in place. Now, it's a notion that is incomprehensible because it is telling you, as we've said continuously, that we are invisible and dispensable, not just only in terms of climate change, but also in terms of day-to-day functioning of access to finance. Now, I don't believe that we are either invisible or indispensable for Africa or for the Pacific. And therefore, we will work cooperatively because equally, pound for pound, the Caribbean has produced more Nobel laureates, more geniuses, more sporting athletes, more people with capacity. Well, Bob Marley and others. The great Bob. And the bottom line is that we have, therefore, lessons that we can share if given the opportunity so to do. But we are in a world where our focus, regrettably, is north-driven. The instability that is now taking place in the world is driven again by the north. And we have at some point to determine whether we are prepared to claim our destiny or not. Leaders must lead, and I hope that that is what we are doing now to create the opportunities for you in the business community.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are running slightly over schedule, and just to try and make up time, we'll just have one more question from President Fori, and then we'll open it up to the audience members, but just for a very brief interaction from you, as we still have another dynamic panel discussion lined up in store for you. Mr. President, as I was listening to you and listening to you speak about the plans to develop your blue economy and really take exploits of your location, I mean, many African countries have a blue economy that can contribute a lot more significantly to their GDP. And for me, my question is, great, but then there is the other side of that coin, the climate change risks that keep on being mentioned throughout these discussions. So I'd just like to find out from you as a policymaker, your thinking around how the ACP member countries should be shaping their climate change mitigation policies. Right now, many countries suffer from the problem of being too reactive rather than proactive when it comes to solutions on that regard.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think if there is one thing that there is, I would say, a common dominator within the ACP is the issue of climate change. So the climate change is the number one threat to humanity. It's the number one threat to our own existence. So for many years we've been talking about it. And as my sister, the Prime Minister, has rightly said, it is no longer the issue of climate change. It is a climate crisis. We're in a climate emergency. And she has said that 6 months ago, she's just passed through the hurricane in the Caribbean, and she has to prepare. But other countries within Africa, including small island states in the Indian Ocean, we do not have the necessary infrastructure that was built to survive, you know, and this calls for the planning of our infrastructure. How do we put in innovative infrastructure? and it also requires the necessary financing. So for most of our countries within the ACP, it is also for you to address the issue of mitigation here. What is more important, countries who are responsible for that, they need to put the necessary funds available for the countries within the ACP as a whole. So as we speak today, the urgent need is for countries that have been responsible for the problems that we face as a result of climate change. They need to put the money. They need to put the mechanism, make the mechanism available, the financing mechanism available to help the countries. And secondly, for the blue economy, within Africa, we are for the first time preparing a continental strategy, which I think it will be ready by February next year. We will share that with the CARICOM and also the Pacific Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to open this to the floor now, and please ask one question. Don't ask a question about your entity or about yourself. Ask a broad question. Depending on time, we shall allow as many as we can, but I'm going to start from this side. I don't know whether we have the microphones. And Your Excellencies, you are at liberty to actually intervene from where you are sitting if you feel that there's any point that you wish to expound on. Okay. Actually, you have the microphones right in front of you. So let me take the first question from that corner. Make it 15 seconds if you can.
Thank you very much. This is respectfully directed to the representative from the Tony Elumelu Foundation. Thank you for citing Japan, that SMEs there generate about 97% of the jobs. Unfortunately, in Africa, a lot of people look up to government as the one responsible for job creation. You are speaking to leaders in the ACP. What do you, in your interaction with entrepreneurs, what do you have as the 3 top impediments to entrepreneurship or successful business creation in Africa? And what do you give us as policy prescriptions? Thank you.
Don't forget to mention your name and your institution.
I am Solomon Jamiru, Deputy Minister, Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question or comment. Yep. With the microphone right in front of you.
Okay, in French, en français.
Hi, good afternoon.
Is the lady here? Is the lady? Yes, the lady.
Good evening. My name is Cindy and I'm from Village to Nation. My question is, I haven't had a lot of talk about engaging young people, especially those who live in rural areas. I'd like to understand how they fall in the conversation about moving Africa forward, and if there are any specific policies countries within the SCP region have for engaging them within the economy. Thank you.
Please remember to speak to the mic. The next question or comment. Yes, please, gentleman there.
Yeah. Okay. Donc Antoine Gomme, je suis le président de l'Organisation des professionnels du numérique du Sénégal. Je suis aussi le président du réseau des organisations professionnelles du numérique d'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre que nous avons créé il y a un mois à Dakar au forum UE-ACP. J'ai écouté en fait tout à l'heure les recommandations qui ont été poussées en fait au chef d'État et je trouve que la place qui est donnée au numérique dans ces recommandations n'est pas assez importante. On sait tous que le digital, le numérique, c'est une opportunité que l'Afrique doit saisir. Donc, on doit faire ressortir clairement dans les recommandations qu'on pousse au chef d'État le volet du numérique. Juste 2 points que je voudrais pousser dans ces recommandations. Nous avons tous dans nos pays, en fait, des stratégies de développement du numérique. On sait tous ce qu'il y a à faire, il faut juste le faire. Donc, la première recommandation que j'ai, c'est de mettre en place un baromètre pour pouvoir mesurer le niveau d'exécution des plans de transformation digitale du continent. Et la deuxième chose, c'est qu'il faudrait qu'on mette absolument en place un écosystème pour l'innovation dans les pays ACP. Voilà, donc qui va toucher à la fois le capital humain, les startups et tout ce qui est donc...
Your time is out, please. I think before I allow the next batch of questions, let me get some reactions to those questions. I start with my friend here, Tony.
Actually, I thought the question was for CEO. But there are 3. I think the question first was, what 3 things lead to the failure of SMEs? With due respect, I think we should be more positive and say, what 3 things do we need to do for SME to succeed? So I want to approach it from that perspective. Number 1 is creating the enabling environment. And that enabling environment means access to electricity should be affordable, should be available for our people, so that entrepreneurs don't spend money in trying to generate their own electricity. It's a major hindrance, and it affects them in so many ways. Number 2 is access to capital, funding. From point of view of seed capital, the kind of capital they need, and long-term capital that will enable entrepreneurs, small and medium enterprise to do well, plus low cost where they have to borrow. I always say where they have to borrow low cost. The third is what we have found through the work of the Tony Elumelu Foundation. Business education is so critical. Training, preparing people, their minds for entrepreneurship, teaching them, letting them, and that's why we spent 12 weeks intensive training for young entrepreneurs. They need to understand the difference between success and failure. They need to know when success comes, how to manage success. They need to know what they need to do, the principle that will lead them to ultimate success in entrepreneurship. To me, those 3 things, we do them, but most critical, the right environment. Under the right environment, issues of taxation, tax for SMEs and co. Seemingly little things, but they do tell a lot in the ease to which small and medium enterprises fail or succeed.
Thank you very much. Any of the speakers here would like to answer the other questions? They were not directed at any particular speaker. Please feel free.
Let me talk about the one that was about innovation. I think it's extremely important. Nothing exists unless you measure it. So we need to have some form of index where we're measuring what is happening in each of our countries. I think the initiatives that Tony Elumelu are doing, I think the initiatives that IBM is doing in helping to train millions of people in technical skills and soft skills are very important. If we're going to really reap the dividend, in particular, now let me say about the diaspora, billions of dollars are coming into our countries. Most of it sort of diffuses out into infrastructure projects, which typically turn into somebody saying, I need more money because I've used it for something else besides building the apartment. I think if we could do things like create tech bonds, that means technology bonds where there's more centralized, and it's probably private sector to even do it themselves.
You're not talking about a Bitcoin bond, right?
Sorry?
You're not talking about a Bitcoin bond, right? I hope.
No, I am not. But I am talking about pooling together the funds to be used in a more specific way to invest African-originated wealth into African-originated businesses, or in this context, ACP. So let's get more specific about that and put more focus on managing diaspora funds as a source of capital, in particular around innovation.
There was a question in French. I only understand Spanish, so I am not sure whether it has been answered. but we shall find out later. I think my colleague here will take the next batch of questions.
Do you know what? Can I kindly request, just to, for the interest of time, could we wrap up this session, and then the next batch of questions we'll take along with the other batch of questions after the second panel discussion. Is that fine with everyone in the room? Is that okay? Okay, perfect. So just you had 3 minutes to give your opening remarks. It's now 1 to give your closing. I mean, because it's ultimately about the key thing that I believe that the audience members and yourselves are walking away with when you leave once the conference wraps up on the 10th. One very important point that all of us within our respective careers, within our respective fields, can work towards implementing and doing, such that when we do meet again next year, there's progress. If I can kindly begin with you, Prime Minister.
Thank you. I just want to, and I've said a lot already on the issue of the climate crisis. This is actually the area in which there's no division between Europe and the ACP. And it ought to be the platform for innovation. It ought to be the platform for greater economic returns for our businesses. And we need to be able to ensure that in doing that, that we not consolidate wealth, but find innovative financial instruments that can broaden economic ownership and participation across the ACP as we make our regions more capable of surviving this unfortunate climate crisis.
Within a year, we will be in a position for us to have a comprehensive blue economy roadmap, Pacific, Caribbean, and the African continent. Thank you.
Just to echo what Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of Jamaica said about the difficulty. Sorry, Barbados. The difficulty of transporting goods and services from Africa to the Caribbean. But actually, it's much more dire than that. Ghana is an hour by flight from Nigeria. 18 months ago, there was an order from Ghana for a couple thousand metric tons of coal for a new plant. And there were tons of coal sitting in Nigeria because Nigeria is coal rich. But there was no way of getting this coal from Nigeria to Ghana. There were no ships that were willing to take this coal from Nigeria to Ghana because all the ships that come, thousands of them every month, they offload and they go straight back to the north. And so the question is, how do we solve that problem? That is what young entrepreneurs want to know. Because if we cannot get our goods and services across the continent, regardless of across to the Caribbean, then how is business transacted? But whilst we're waiting to solve that problem, we can ensure that at least when it comes to connectivity, Africa is at the forefront. We've shown that it's possible. Africa leapfrogged landlines, and mobile penetration is almost 80% in less than 20 years. Today, Africans lead in mobile money across the world. So it is possible if we leverage technology. So what we want to see is a situation where we are using technology to get us to where we need to get to. Today, data is king. How can we use the data that is available across all African countries? Can we have one platform that is the central database for all young African entrepreneurs, and then leverage artificial intelligence and machine learning to create the jobs and the opportunities that we know is out there through technology? That is the challenge, and I think if we look that way, we can see a lot of progress in 1 year.
I would say, considering everything that's happening in the ACP world, if I was to leave with one message, is that we should celebrate success. And I like what Prime Minister Barbados said, which was success breeds success. There are so many good things happening in these three geographies, but unfortunately, good things are not newsworthy. Bad things are. And we must stand up and promote the successes of the SMEs, the MSMEs, and even the large companies. We must allow our small companies to become large. For some reason, I don't know why, our regulators and our anti-competitive teams say you're getting so big, stop. Look, for the last 300 years, look what Adam Smith wrote about, which was the wealth of nations. It was about trade. It was about British East African oil. Why don't we have these large companies that are spanning continents? Why do we cut them off so early? And in particular, we must welcome and celebrate our local entrepreneurs and not sacrifice them at the altar of international investors. We have such bright people, and we must celebrate that. And let me just say one thing for the politicians, and I guess last week I saw members from 6 countries. The best way to get elected is to get all of your people, masses of people, to believe in you. The next best way to get elected is immediately you're elected, go and talk to business people and tell the business people to come and invest in your country. Then there won't be a problem talking about jobs in 5 or 6 years. So it's like a windscreen wiper. But I think the private sector really needs to be celebrated, and we need to really have a positive message as leaders and keep that message going.
I would like to make one comment, and this is from the Pacific Island perspective. As we all know, the countries in Pacific are very small. They have a very small population base, hence a very small local market. For the small and medium enterprises to be successful, they have to look beyond their borders to export the produce or the product they produce. For that, they can only go to the nearby developed market, which is Australia and New Zealand. And the quality and the standard required to get enter that market is very, very high. So therefore, the finance requirement for the small and medium entrepreneurs in the Pacific Island is very, very important. Here, the role of development banks have to be looked at. While commercial banks, I know in some countries they charge 15% interest on loans. The development banks are supposed to fill in the gap. But the problem is, in the Pacific, I have seen the development banks are working more like commercial banks. They are there to make a profit, not to support the small or medium businesses. Therefore, I strongly suggest or recommend that the European Union should help set up a Pacific Development Bank, which should be located in the Pacific region to support primarily the agricultural sector, the tourism sector, the blue economy, and the green economy. We have the African Development Bank, we have the Caribbean Development Bank, but we have no Pacific Development Bank. Thank you.
I think I will continue the discussion after this meeting is finished with my neighbor. I would say 2 things. First, I will agree with you about being positive about what is going on. Every time I go to Africa, I am very impressed by how lively the ecosystem is, the enthusiasm of people. The fact that I agree, the question in French was in particular on digital. I agree that the digitalization is absolutely essential for future growth and future employment and inclusiveness also of the economy. But my final point would be on another thing. There is currently another big meeting in Madrid. Climate change is extremely important. We must all together do everything possible so that we can achieve the Paris Agreement. Some have stepped aside, but I think one of the key strengths of ACP countries and in Europe is that we are convinced that this is the way to bring people better together.
Thank you. Thank you. And just a round of applause for the panelists for their contribution. And Nicholas, I take up your challenge of changing that narrative and reporting better on the positive news. And I look forward to, in a years from now, reporting on the positivity of the various.
Can I just say something about that? Let me just say one quick thing. Last week on the front page of the Kenyan newspapers, they said 77% of SMEs think positively about next year. They're going to hire more, they're going to invest more. Nobody talked about it.
Right.
The minute something bad happened, that's all they talked about. Kenya is ranked globally out of 190 countries, number 32 in terms of entrepreneurship. Number 32, number 1 in the world in protecting minority investor rights. So we've got all the ingredients in terms of the people, right? But when people are saying, oh, I don't know about the economy, oh, I don't know, and I'm sure it's the same in all of your countries. We must figure out a way to change that narrative.
Certainly.
And get out of the way and let people invest and grow their businesses. And these were SMEs, right?
Certainly, something I'll be taking home. So I'd like to kindly invite the panelists just to make their way back to the chair. We'll have a very quick changeover. Thank you so much. So there will be a very quick changeover for this panel to usher into the next panel discussion. Would you like to?
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move to the next session. And please allow me to invite to the stage the Honorable Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness, to the stage. Please join me. Welcome to the stage. Allow me now again to invite His Excellency President Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. Let me also invite Ms. Litia Kirin, Founding Director, Loving Ireland. You know where she is? This. Next is Ronald Rampton, Head of Barron's Foods Limited. Then we have Emeke, who is the Regional Director and the CEO of UBA. You know where he is? Emeke, come to the stage. Next is Mr. Michel Ondele, the Vice President, Central African States Development Bank. Don't think I've left anybody out. Please join us the stage. Your Excellencies, honorable speakers, I'm going to give you an opportunity of making your opening remarks. I'll keep the 3 minutes to start with a discretion to expand it. I'll start at the end, please.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, esteemed members of the panel. Again, it's a great honor to sit here amongst you all and be invited and recommended to speak here tonight. I guess I'll just make really one point or one key message in regards to entrepreneurialism. As a young female entrepreneur in the Pacific, in the Fiji Islands, I'd really like to put some emphasis on more inclusive policies for engaging diaspora communities. For example, my personal experience, my mother was an indigenous Fijian at the time of my birth. I was born in Australia. I grew up with my grandparents in a remote island in Fiji, educated in Australia, the United Kingdom. Coming back to operate a business in Fiji, I have to come in as a foreign investor. So in addition to all the hurdles that you face as a young female in the Pacific, you also have to go through the rigmarole of foreign investment business. Yeah. I think diaspora communities, they offer so much skill set, obviously global experience as well. We can say for Fiji, 65% of our population is under the age of 28. A majority of that population don't actually leave the island. So when we're coming up with incentives or expectations of our young entrepreneurs to engage in global businesses, it's extremely difficult and almost impossible. So again, yeah, just creating the proper foundation for diaspora community to do business. Thank you.
Good evening. The protocol having been established, I will go right into my 3 minutes. And I would like to more or less speak on a few points on my history of doing successful business within the Caribbean in creating an enabling environment for investment. I wrote down 6 to 8 pointers, and the ones which are in place, I would say let's take advantage, and the ones which are not in place, I would say let's move the pace to get it established. In order to create an attractive environment for investment, countries will need to adhere to a number of key principles. Governmental actions that are consistent with these principles will go a long way towards creating an attractive and competitive investment climate. Do not impose a punitive or regressive tax regime. An underlying principle of effective taxation is that, to the greatest extent possible, the tax system should ensure that projects with pre-tax or economic rates of return should show positive post-tax or financial rates of return as well. A tax system that produces this result is called neutral. Full neutrality may be difficult to achieve, but it remains an important tax objective. The concept of progressive taxation, in which there is a positive correlation between government take and underlying project profitability, is a widely accepted approach, but particularly in the petroleum sector. A regressive system of taxation in which the government's percentage share of the economic rent increases as profitability declines should be avoided. Do introduce an acceptable legal framework. An acceptable legal framework protects the interests of both the state and investors. Its main purpose are to provide the basic context for and rules governing operations in the energy subsectors in the host country, regulate energy operations as they carried out by both domestic and foreign enterprises, and define the principal administrative, economic, and fiscal guidelines for investment
investment activity in the energy subsectors. Do provide supporting regulations administered by an independent and impartial regulator. Regulations are an essential component of successful energy legislation. They should provide the detail and procedure needed to implement the policy and meet the objectives of the energy legislation. Establishing policy is the responsibility of government and legislator. The role of the regulator is simply to administer the regulations arising from that policy. The regulator should therefore be independent of the policy-making process. Do create an environment that facilitates...
Ronald, could I kindly just jump in there? I'm concerned at the number of pages that are there before you. We'll come back. It's just opening remarks at this stage. We'll certainly come back to you to delve further into how we do that in terms of an enabling environment. And we can do away with this. Let's speak from the heart. But just to kindly jump to the next speaker, just for now, it's just opening remarks, 3 minutes each, and then we'll delve further. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Greetings to all our excellencies here present. We greet our host, President Uhuru Kenyatta, and the Prime Minister of Barbados, and all the business leaders, captains of industry who are here. It's a great honor and opportunity to be able to participate in a forum that provides a platform to talk about industrialization and talk about the role of the private sector in enhancing and facilitating industrialization.
Emeka, can I stop you as well? Ladies and gentlemen, please could we kindly put our phones on silent? I didn't think I'd need to make that announcement, but I think that's like the second phone that has gone off. It really disturbs the proceedings. Do use your phones, please. That hashtag ACP Business Summit handle ACP or Business ACP rather, but please can we just keep it on silent? Please kindly continue.
Thank you. It means my 3 minutes just started.
No. In fact, you now have 1 minute.
Okay. Thankfully, my chairman has spoken a lot about UBA. But what I will add is that we believe in the initiatives that led to the setup of the ACP. Why do I say that? UBA today is present in 20 African countries. You may not know it, but all these countries are ACP countries. Secondly, we're talking about industrialization here. Currently, as we speak, in sectors of manufacturing, oil and gas, agriculture, SMEs, we have over 70% of our loans dedicated to the sector today, as we speak, across the group. So for us, it's evidence of focus and commitment. What are the key issues that we believe will facilitate industrialization? Firstly, access to finance. Captains of industry, business leaders want to be able to borrow money or get advice of how to raise capital to do their businesses. I advise you to come to UBA. We can give you guidance, we can support you on how to do this across our countries. We have provided financing for infrastructure and non-tradable infrastructure projects, which means a lot has been talked about electricity, transport, water. We have financed those projects across the continent. To add also, access to markets. One thing we've realized, one very sure experience we've received in the last 15 years or so since we started our expansion into African countries is the fact that a lot of businesses come to us to ask us about how to do business in other African countries. So we find ourselves, rather than just being bankers, providing banking solutions and services, but also as market facilitators. We see people coming to ask us those questions, and we're able to lead and guide them to countries in which they want to do business, in other African countries where they are not present, where they don't want to know about regulation, where they want to know about taxes, where they want to know about setup.
You must wind up now.
Yeah. So in essence, in summary, what I'm just saying is that we see ourselves as facilitators, as enablers of business in the continent and potentially in other Caribbean and Pacific countries.
Thank you. The next speaker, because we must wind up this session in the next 15 minutes. So next speaker, please. 3 minutes if you can. 3 minutes.
Je vous remercie de me donner la parole. J'aimerais vous dire que je vais parler en français pour essayer un peu d'équilibrer ces assises des ACP. Je profiter de cette occasion pour remercier Ses Excellences, en premier lieu le président Kenya et aussi le secrétaire général des ACP pour avoir associé à cette réflexion la Banque de développement des États de l'Afrique centrale. Donc je viens ici pour partager la vision d'intervention de la Banque de développement des États de l'Afrique centrale. Je viens ici pour rassurer les porteurs de projets qu'ils ne sont pas seuls. Ils ne sont pas seuls dans ce combat de transformation des économies de l'Afrique. Ils ne sont pas seuls dans ce combat de la diversification des économies de la CEMAC. Il y a des banques de développement qui sont ensemble avec eux pour créer cette sorte d'écosystème vertueux avec beaucoup de responsabilités de tout et chacun pour qu'ensemble, nous puissions demain dire que les économies africaines se transforment. C'est pour cela que la stratégie de la Banque de développement des États de l'Afrique centrale est concentrée sur l'appui au secteur privé. L'appui au secteur privé parce que nous sommes conscients que c'est le privé qui crée la valeur, c'est le privé qui va créer l'emploi et c'est le privé qui va donner de la croissance à nos pays. C'est d'ailleurs à partir de ce postulat, la banque a changé sa stratégie d'intervention en accordant dans son cadre de son plan stratégique 60% de son intervention concentrée sur le secteur privé et 40% sur le secteur public. Donc voilà ce que je veux dire en prélude par rapport à notre intervention, par rapport à l'appui que nous avons ici pour accompagner cet élan de développement qui s'inspire auprès des porteurs de projets pour que l'Afrique demain puisse compter. Merci.
Now, Your Excellency, the President of Namibia, make your remarks now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my brother, for inviting me. There was a divorce being proposed at the UN, at the AU, that we divorce Africa from Pacific and Caribbean countries. Namibia fought very hard. So I'm very glad to be here, that we are together as ACP countries. I would like to say that we, my brother and I, are what I call third wave of African leaders. We used to have first wave of African leaders, extraordinary personalities, those who told us to wake up and fight for our independence. Kenyatta, Kwame Nkrumah. So our second wave were caught up in the Cold War confusion, and they had one-party states and military coups and so on. So I'd like to say we are a third wave of African leaders who deal with the processes, systems, and institutions. We are not thinking of big persons as ourselves, but thinking of processes, systems, and institutions, so that they will prevail when one person is gone. I just wanted to change my presentation. Firstly, we business people and us politicians, we are all doing the same thing. Your bottom line is profit. Our bottom line is peace, unity, and security. We are all doing the same thing. And I'm glad that our new governments are investor and business people friendly. That's why we are sitting here. While I talk about good governance in Namibia, while I did everything, we had a shock just recently, where as I was campaigning to be re-elected, and as I had already investigated the ministers, wrote them letters, and after they replied, I gave that to the Anti-Corruption Commission. To my surprise, I saw Al Jazeera having a big event, just timed with my elections. I'm telling you, I got last time 87%. This time I got 56. It's all right still. That's democracy. But it's very interesting. So President Buhari was saying, when you fight against corruption, it fights back. But we did take action already. 2 ministers are in jail as I'm talking today. Some who are going to be arrested. But I think we have been investigating ourselves. But Al Jazeera took a WikiLeaks or whatever and circus. But good governance is my forte. And therefore, I think we'll continue to build Namibia up as a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. My brother, President Kenyatta, and my brother, President Gainga. I want to take my cue from my sister, the Prime Minister of Barbados. She made a very profound point that we know of each other, but we don't know each other. And I realized that when I took over the government of my country in 2016, I made it a point of duty to engage the African continent. And so far, I visited my brother, President Gainga, and we've made very good links and we have had exchanges. I've made it a point of duty to visit South Africa. I've been to Morocco, and now I'm here in Kenya, having had the great privilege of hosting President Kenyatta in Jamaica, where he would have also had the opportunity to see Jamaica firsthand. You see, the important thing about developing the business relationship is also to have a people-to-people understanding. And for far too long, we have spoken in glowing terms about our relationship, but we haven't really utilized the value of that relationship to layer on top of that the business opportunities. So for me, a practical way of creating business is to utilize the people-to-people relationship. Now, for the Caribbean region and Jamaica in particular, we already have those strong fraternal ties expressed in music and culture. Reggae music is big in Kenya. I'm surprised to see that it is such a powerful cultural force. And sports, we have great opportunities in sports, and we share so much in sports. Now let's start to exchange business cards. And as I reach into my pocket, I am holding out the business card of Tony Emuelu. So I know some business is going to be happening between Jamaica. But that's the start of it. And there are so many great opportunities. Never let size be an obstacle for business. Jamaica is a small country, 2.7 million people, but you'd never know. The point is that on the world stage, we have an amplified voice and we speak loudly, but we're also very agile in business. Congratulations, President Kenyatta. You passed us in the race for being efficient and competitive. You're now at 50 and we are at 71. Well, don't worry, we're gonna pass you. We're gonna pass you. And by the way, we're number 6 in the world in starting a new business. We have had, for the last 3 years, the #1 performing stock market in the world. It's a small stock market. You may miss it if you're searching for the international markets. But it shows you the level and speed and intensity of business in Jamaica. So there's a great opportunity for investors here in Kenya and in the wider African continent to look to Jamaica for investment opportunities. And we welcome you. Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean, Barbados, we have very stable democracies with very stable economic policies, particular fiscal policies. So this is a good environment for investors to consider to place resources. But more than that, we are now at a phase in our development where we are emphasizing infrastructure and energy, two critical planks of any country's development. In Jamaica, for example, we have been investing heavily in infrastructure. And it's always a puzzle to me because China has taken a specific interest. The European countries have taken a specific interest, but we have not yet had an African country taking a specific interest in very profitable infrastructure investments in Jamaica. And I'm using this opportunity to invite African investors to come and participate in the development of the country. Very profound point was made by Tony about the need to have efficient energy. Jamaica faces the same problem where companies are seeking to migrate from the grid. That is an unnecessary cost, makes businesses less efficient than they could be otherwise with an efficient grid. But Jamaica has a balancing act. We have to fulfill our obligations to the climate. So as we seek to become energy efficient, we are also seeking to reduce our carbon footprint. So we have diversified in the last 5 or so years our energy mix, moving from heavy fuel oils into LNG, still not the cleanest, but still less carbon emitting. But we are now very close to having 30% of our electricity generation coming from renewables. Right now, we are at about 17 to 18%, but we're positioning our grid such that we can incorporate more renewables without increasing the cost. The technology is improving. What we need to move apace with the technology is the willingness for firms to make those investments in the new technology. So I endorse what you have said, Tony, and I encourage it here for African leaders as well. Ensure that you have efficient electricity power generation, but also make sure that it is environmentally friendly. The other point I'd want to emphasize, because everything has been said already, and I know we have a time constraint. I mean, it's been said in one way, government should get out of the way. Regulators should say what you want and then step aside. It is absolutely important that governments recognize that the private sector is not the enemy. It is absolutely important that governments realize that profit is not a bad word. Absolutely important. And I mentioned the point that Africa has gone through phases, so too has the Caribbean. And the phase that we're now in is to try to determine what is the right role for government. Because lurking in the background of this newly discovered spirit of enthusiasm about industry and commerce and growth is still a large percentage of our population lives in absolute poverty. So in the conversation about the economy and the incorporation and the new partnership with the private sector, must be within that partnership and understanding that we have to do more in dealing with poverty in our countries. And the work that I've seen here with the exemplary things that you're doing, Tony, is a perfect example of how businesses with good corporate social responsibility, supported by governments, can have efficient private sector, efficient businesses making profits, but at the same time address the issues of equity and inequality that has traditionally plagued African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries. I believe we are at a juncture in our development where, if played correctly, if governments understand their role in facilitating businesses, if governments understand their role of curbing corruption and increasing their legitimacy with their population, and private sector people understand that profit is not just for them, but profit is for mankind, then we, as African people, as Caribbean people, as people from the Pacific, can lead in this fourth industrial revolution and truly achieve prosperity for our people.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, only one intervention, then we bring this session to an end. We don't have much time. My apologies. I'm sure a number of you wanted to ask questions, but I'm sure when we have the reception, you'll have a chance to ask that question to the speakers. One intervention from Fifi?
Oh yes, I mean, just in terms of closing remarks, Mr. President, I do understand that you have to go and the various other leaders. I'd just like us to conduct one simple exercise. If everyone can just look around you in the room, if I can just challenge the presidents to also do the same. Just look at the people that are here in this room. And the purpose of this exercise is, we spoke about the biggest risk that the continent is facing right now being climate change. The biggest opportunity that is always highlighted is the big demographic of young people that we have. Yet how many of them are in this room? I mean, often we speak about young people. I've moderated various panels where we speak at them. But none of them are here on panels and on platforms like this where they are driving some of the decisions that need to be made to really push Africa forward into the fourth industrial revolution, to ensure that we don't get left behind. So my challenge to you, if you guys kindly allow me, as leaders and heads of state, is more young people in your cabinets. My challenge to business, more young people in management positions and on your boards. President Gengop, you were speaking about the first, second, third wave of leaders. My challenge to you, that fourth wave of leaders, more young people, please, sir. And thank you kindly to everyone. I think that brings us to an end. If there's anything that you'd like to say.
Just one announcement. Let me start by requesting you to join me in a round of applause to the speakers. Your Excellencies and distinguished speakers, you can now resume your seats. That officially brings us to the end of these two sessions. There's going to be a short reception of drinks at the foyer immediately after this. I think we remain seated as we allow their Excellencies to exit the room. The rest of us remain seated.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the Excellencies for having time to be in the panel. Let's appreciate them as they take their leave. Thank you so much, the Excellencies, Head of States and Government. Thank you so much, our panelists. Thank you so much, our moderator, Fifi Peter and Mohamed Nyaoga, for well-presented panel. We thank you so much. As you've been requested, kindly we remain seated. Let's remain seated. For those who are standing, kindly take your seat as we allow their Excellencies to take their leave. Kindly. As they take their leave, kindly, let's appreciate them. Check on turn. Check on turn.
Or find a place with room to spare. You can catch a wild trout, or let the wind catch you. You can see all the stars of the show, or sleep under the stars on a bed. You can on a tea plantation, or tee off at a luxury club. You can soak up Swahili style, or discover a style of your own. You can see where our champions train, or catch a train you'll never forget. You can drift away on an Arab dhow, or simply drift away. You ride like the wind on the sea, or ride a horse in the wild. You can get carried away by a donkey, or just get carried away. You can visit a rhino sanctuary, or be part of the blind recharge. You can find your way through traffic, or see the most famous traffic on earth. You can kiss the bride on the beach, or be kissed by a giraffe. You can walk in a magical forest, or go hiking in famous foothills. You can circle the edge of a crater, or hang off the edge of a rock face. You can awaken your warrior spirit, or set your soul and spirit free. You can build bridges of friendship, or walk bridges in the trees. You can enjoy your breakfast at dawn, or feel the magic